Yeah, Danny put him in the corner. Okay. Let me look. Hold on. What do I want to do? Okay, so I'm just gonna record meeting. Um. Okay, Bernita, you ready? You talk about example. That's motion. Okay. I mean, the thing about the later foundation, and that's the right that's all. Um, right, I'll be right. Okay. Can I do? I'd like to do them all. If I could make people a host, you can do it, right? Oh, okay. I got charged. Okay. If you, where's my phone? No. Yep. So I can send you the what is it? 11th at 1:59. Haru's gonna be on in a minute. He's not. Haru, you on already?
Yeah. No. Okay, Brother Danny. Now, the best way to get the volume into there.
You have one of those little mics.
No, no, no. We could go through the speakers and that'll send the sound in there if we wanted to use this, but we'd have to hold it because it's not going to pick us up this far away from it. Or we could just project our voices. Is it too far away, too close?
I just want to at this point, you need to see something like that.
Yeah, it's missing water. Yeah. Any information.
My name is Sheila Brown. Yeah, and you can get her contact information from me from Alkmaar because I'm about to start the show. Alkmaar, you got Sheila Brown's contact? Sheila Brown. Oh, okay, can you give it to the brother here? No, I just need the Sheila Brown's contact. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Trying to connect up that other phone. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not expecting.
That's the.
No. No. It's really my time. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna bring our brother up too, but,
That is out of the way. Maybe.
okay. Live.
Not yet. I think it
Okay. Brother Danny. Is that somebody? Mm. Mm.
Adib, Adib, nice to meet you, I'm Bernita.
Okay. Okay. You know, it would be good if we knew how well it sounded on the other end. Shoot. Did I send you the link?
You know, I don't know.
Oh, no, no, no. I could send you the link to the Zoom.
Oh.
Okay. And, I had all these notes, and this computer deleted all my notes. This cell phone deleted all my notes, but it's all right. Yeah. Okay, so we probably are.
Oh, here it comes.
But I can start. I can restart it. I think it was supposed to be.
Recording in progress.
So it is recording, so I'll stop it. There, then.
I'm like,
Yeah. There's a way to do that, isn't it? So not just there it is. Okay. Something I wanted to stop the recording. Stop the recording, stop. Okay. And then we'll start it up when we're ready. But I think we're ready. So the thing is that we're not looking to bash. I'm not looking and I'm not looking to drive polygamy down anybody's throat. That's not even part of the conversation. We're looking to just admit we have to come to the point where we admit there's a problem. And that we need to we need to address this. And I can start. Is Haru? No, he hasn't come in yet. But it's fine. Whenever he comes in, it'll be good. Because it's casual. It's not even formal. Okay. And I'm gonna get him to come, and what we can do is yeah, he's gonna come on. We're gonna get Danny to come on. And probably even I'll come on. But hello. I don't think that's work. I think this is what's gonna work. So I could actually put it through the system if I had another 2 minutes. Give me just 1 minute. I'm gonna put it through the system so that it goes different. Brother Danny, can you find the line coming out of the back of this and plug it into that so on that it's going to that they can change from there to here. Okay. And then bring this power on from the
Yeah. Is that the right line? No, that's the wrong line. Oh, it's already on here, though.
No, but you gotta follow.
oh, Doc, I think Haru is on.
Oh, Haru, coming to you, brother.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's
He'll be
happening?
right there.
So this is
Come on. Can you turn off your Bluetooth so your phone will take over? You gotta follow that. That's the young lady, yes. So you have Sheila Brown's contact? He wants to learn more about the water.
A lot going on. Peace, brother. You all right?
I'm on top of the world. How are you?
Super. Bluetooth P3. All right, Haru, can you speak again?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Okay, one more again, Haru.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so it's not going to go through the Bluetooth. It's not going through.
You
I'm
can see,
connected
you
to.
you can see me all right?
I can see you good.
All
You're in
right.
the middle of the orchard, showing off the fact that it's like 30 degrees up here and it's 90 degrees down there. You know, you got your shorts on.
Well, yeah, man. It is what it is, you know?
Yeah.
Whenever you want to open up a restaurant in Florida, I think it would do very well.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this other route, 300 with a stop loss, and then 400, and then I'm gonna try that route.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
After I've done that, then yeah, when the stress is off,
Yeah,
absolutely.
man. Definitely.
Phone is connected to the speaker by chance? Does your phone automatically connect to the speaker? Show that.
Oh, okay.
He might.
Let me see. How can I? Okay, I'll know now. Okay, you can plug it directly into the back of the speaker. So I'm not connected to it because it's not showing me connected to it. Let's see. I'm not Bluetooth. Oh yeah, I'm connected. Showing I'm connected.
Let me see. Yeah.
Mhm.
Which one is it? The
This,
P3?
the P3.
Settings. Connected for audio. Oh, wait, hold on. Speaker, here we go. It was the device type. All right, try it now.
Okay, Haru.
Yeah.
Okay, audio. When I go to Zoom,
Oh, yeah.
so it sometimes gives me the option up here to do the audio. Oh, maybe it's the audio. Meeting settings, maybe. Meeting settings background.
Sorry,
Okay. Okay, Haru, can we try one more again?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Haru, you
Yeah.
might know what I'm trying to do or know how to do it. I'm trying to get my audio to go through Bluetooth on Zoom.
Audio to go through Bluetooth. That means that you want your audio to play in a Bluetooth speaker or Bluetooth
Yeah.
headphones.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's just on your computer, man. Just go to the Bluetooth on your computer.
Uh-huh. Well,
And
I'm on my
then,
cell phone.
oh, okay. So yeah, go to the Bluetooth on your cell phone
Okay.
and then look at the Bluetooth availabilities. It should say the name of whatever device you're trying to attach to it.
Okay. So
And then
I reconnected to it and audio device type speaker. So do I make it headphones?
if that's what you're trying to attach to, yeah, your headphones, yeah. And then the Bluetooth will attach to that. And that'll be any sound coming from your computer or your phone or wherever the device is that you have the Bluetooth uh on, your speakers will then attach to that. So you're trying to attach the Bluetooth to your phone.
Right.
Okay, yeah. So on your phone, in your Bluetooth settings, you should see the different options for Bluetooth receivers. So the receiver is your headphones. So if it says headphones, just click that. You might have to turn off the headphones and turn it on again just in case it was connected to some other device.
Oh, okay. Let me try that.
Yeah, because if it's connected to another device, it won't let it connect to a secondary one.
Okay.
By the way, Baruch, what I said to you about Bitcoin,
Uh-oh.
it's in motion right now as we speak.
Oh man.
I mean, I tried to tell brothers from yesterday. I've been sitting in this from yesterday, man. I'm 4,000 pips in.
Wow. Yeah, I just left my investment in there, but it probably would have made sense for me to jump in but anyway, I'm about to go over my trading screen. Okay, connected. Okay, connected for audio.
Yeah, I would take a look at it again,
Yeah.
and then enter whenever the shark fins are at the bottom
Yep.
on the
Yep.
5 or the 15, preferably the 15. And the 5, when it hits the bottom again, hop in. But it's already in strong buy territory. And I
Okay.
think it's going to be there for the next week or two because of that $1.5 billion purchase.
Okay. Okay.
Wanted to give you a heads up.
Yep.
Yeah. Is it warm or is it just me? I know I'm
No. Gotta cool down.
Kumar, can you you sign in and make sure that we have audio? I'm gonna send it to you. Okay, you should have it. So Haru, this isn't formal. This is, we're just having a discussion and truly what do you call it, a fireside chat where we're talking about relationships, and the whole concept is rethinking relationships such that we don't put any boundaries on what we're going to say, because the boundaries have been set by the same people who want our relationships to fail, and we're trying to get outside of that. So Alkamar, can you send the link to Brother Adib, and then Adib, just get in on the phone. Just get in on the phone. Yeah, just get in on the phone. Okay. And then you could join the conversation. Get in on your laptop. She'll give you the code. Okay, Haru,
Yeah.
we're gonna start in 2 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. I'm here.
I'm not seeing that image.
Which one? Oh, us.
I'm not seeing it.
Participants.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like, hold on,
Can you see that image?
no. Oh, wait,
Oh, it will be
let me
in-
see right now. Turn this volume down. Oh, that's how you do it.
Okay, so okay. All right, but
I'm gonna log off.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna start recording. Greetings, family. This is Dr. Baruch, and I have with me Sister Bernita, and we are here to talk about I think, an issue and a concept and an area of focus that is very critical in our community, that is relationships. And we have a couple of guests on with us. One who is probably got a resume that spans the globe, but he also has something to say about relationships, and that's our brother Heru is on with us. And the whole concept is rethinking relationships. You know, as we look up in our community, we can see that there's an issue.
We do have an issue in the space of relationships. We have an issue in that we are failing in that space. When you compare it to, we shouldn't be failing at all. As compared to what we have today.
Your mic is off, Baruch.
Statistics. We're going to talk about those statistics. We're going to give us a kind of a.
Your mic is off, Baruch.
Oh man, all of that.
Okay, it's back on. It's back on. It's back on.
Oh, okay.
All right. We can hear you.
Okay. 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 So let me do this then. I don't know how many times this will happen. Hopefully that was the last time. So we're gonna do it like this. Bam. Well, that mic isn't the one. See whether that mic is on the camera right here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it went off though. That'll be the backup.
No,
That'll
it's
be the
on,
back.
it is on a, hear it though.
Okay.
Testing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And we have no echo?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it seems like your the mic is off of the I guess of the phone speaker of the phone one.
Repeat that for me.
All right, so there's two voices coming from you. The best one is from the phone, and that phone mic is off right now.
Okay, so okay, well let me turn that one back on.
Yeah, the best sound is coming from your phone.
Yeah. Turn the mic off on that one. Okay.
Yep.
So now we're back.
Yep.
All right, let's see. What's up, family? This is Dr. Baruch, and I'm here at E-Life Studios inside the Life Center at Hampton Park with my special guest, Sister Bernita. And we also have a couple of other guests that are on with us. We have Brother Heru from sunny Florida with his tank top and shorts on and flip-flops. Love knowing that you're down there while we're up here predicting snow in DC, Brother Heru. And we have Brother Adid Muhammad, and we have Brother Danny, and we have Sister Al-Kumar, who doesn't know it, but she's going to join our conversation as well, just so we can add balance. And the whole purpose of this was to the idea of the fact that relationships in our community are not at 100, that we're not being successful in the space of one, getting into relationships, maintaining relationships. The divorce rate is through the roof. The marriage rate is through the floor. The successful relationship, numbers are not where they should be. And I think in many instances, it's because, we psychologically got it twisted. We got it wrong. So that's why we wanted to come out and just talk about relationships. And I brought on people who I respect and I think would contribute to this conversation. And I think that's important. We're not looking, this isn't a bashing session. This is a take responsibility session. This is an accountability session. We will identify things that we think or know are wrong, and we will address them as best we can. I think on the front end, as a foundational understanding, we are not here to create a bigger problem. We all of us that are going to be involved in this conversation have a commitment to doing whatever we can to correct and to restore and rebuild our communities, rebuild our families, rebuild our relationships. So with that being the
Your mic went off again for whatever reason. Your mic went off again, Baruch.
Probably the content they don't want to talk about.
That's what it is.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So,
We can hear you now.
I don't get it though. All right, I'm gonna do this again, but I'm not gonna spend any time. I'm gonna go right into asking some questions, and we're gonna drive this thing. But you want to make sure that I'm not hearing your volumes down this way. So
Oh, I was on mute. Can you hear me?
no, yeah, you can mute yourself for now. I'm gonna bring you up in just a minute. Peace, family. This is Dr. Baruch at the E-Life Studios inside of the Life Center at Hampton Park. And I'm here with my friend and co-host, Sister Bernita. And we have a number of special guests that will be joining us. Again, we're talking about rethinking relationships. Relationships are not where we need them or would want them to be. There are some problems. There's some successes too. But we want to talk about what we think collectively might need to be done, or individually even, because not all of us are going to necessarily agree on what we need to do. But we want to talk about some of the things that we need to do. First, as a premise, we're not looking to bash. I'm not going to be fighting Bernita. She's not going to pull my wig off, and we're going to be out there on the floor fighting it out. We're not going to do that. We're here to come to a solution, and one that we all can agree to. And I'm going to put Bernita on the spot and just ask her to, just say a little bit about what she thinks would be important for a discussion like this with those people that we have in our inside of our broadcast.
Thank you for putting me on the spot.
Yes.
Peace, family. When it comes to relationships, I think it's very important first to start with an open mind, to come understanding that we all bring some baggage to this table. As a family, as a Black family, we all have had experiences with intergenerational trauma that we may be or may not be aware of, that we've carried into relationships that have caused a disconnect between men and women. I think it's good to just be reflective when it comes to the opposite gender and their input in this type of discussion, because we are all injured in some way, whether we're male or female. And the goal is not to address the symptoms, but to get to the root of the problem. So pointing fingers at one another, that's not, my ammo, that's not the ammo I think we should work with in order to progress as a family and to restore the Black family unit. And so for me personally, I am in a relationship. I have experienced relationships in the past where things did or didn't work out. And a lot of it was due to ignorance. I did not come to this understanding that we are all, trying to heal from something, and that it's not a good idea to point the finger. At one point, I was one to point the finger, and I saw that wasn't productive. And then also the finger has been pointed at me. And I've noticed that's not productive. All it causes, again, is a disconnect. So I'm very open at this age of 42, just ready to help restore based on my own personal experiences and what I can encourage our people.
There we go. There we go. And again, we want to maintain a level of honesty and integrity in this conversation. So Bernita started off on the wrong foot by saying she's 42. Obviously, that's not the truth.
The truth.
She's 24. She gets the number. She got dyslexia. So she's 24. She got her numbers mixed up. But let's dive straight in. So Brother Heru, as we look at the backdrop and we look at some of the statistics, you and I have talked about this, and what are the numbers looking like? If you can recall them. If not, we'll just talk about it. But what are some of the numbers looking like with regard to statistics and the Black family, the Black relationships?
Yeah, so I have a very unique perspective because I'm not from America, right? I was born in Africa, but raised in America, and my adult life I've spent mainly in the Caribbean and Africa. And I also reside in America about 6 months out of the year. So I'm in Africa 6 months, and then in America 6 months. So I'm able to see a broad spectrum of Black culture, Black relationships, Black families. And the United States is absolutely the worst place to be in terms of human relationships, whether it be intimate relationships, familial relationships between mother, daughter, father, son, all of that. The United States is a bizarro land. So we need to start off with that. and then understand how do we make sense and create any type of functionality within a dysfunctional environment. Well, many of us have decided to just leave that environment, right? But those of us who are actually in that environment, the question is, how do we navigate within a dysfunctional environment to have functional relationships outside of, you know, marriage, right? Because what we find is that, you know, marriage serves its purpose in terms of rearing of children and families and what have you, and bringing forth the next generations. But we find that in America, most relationships are very toxic outside of marriage. Even friendships between women are very toxic. Friendships between brothers and sisters are very toxic in America. And so this is really about the human being. And really, the undergirding of it is that you live in a society that's based on rugged individualism. So when it's based on rugged individualism, it's just about what makes you happy at the moment. So if something doesn't make you happy at the moment, you are ready to crash out, right? And that means that you won't be friends with that person anymore. You won't talk to that person anymore. You won't have any type of relationship with that person anymore. You're ready to leave a household with children because you just aren't happy. And any previous generations, even in America, grandmothers, grandfathers, they would laugh at what people leave their relationships for in 2024, what they leave their marriages for in 2024. And so now we get into demographics, is what you asked me. I just wanted to lay the table for it.
Yes.
The demographics are as follows. In America, regardless of race, the and in Western societies, and that's Europe and which America's modeled after, you have a negative growth rate. What I mean by that is that you have deaths exceeding births. And so this is the case in Japan. It happened in China because of their forced one-child policy. And in America, there isn't a forced one-child policy, but it is a coerced one child or no child policy. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that every successive generation of women after because women control, you know, men control who gets married. Women control who gives birth. And when you start looking at birth statistics, you start finding out that every successive generation, the women are desiring to have less and less childbirths, right? So that means that a woman in 2024 who's 40 years old, her mother would have had more children than her. Her mother's mother would have had more children than her, and so on and so forth. So you would see that the average household in America for Black folks in 1950s would have 3 or 4 children. Sometimes even more if you go into more rural environments where more hands is actually not seen as a detriment, is actually something that is an asset. Because if you live in a rural environment, you live in an agrarian society, the more children, the better. The children are a blessing because they're helping to build the wealth that is from the land. So you use family to help engage in farming and what have you. The more you move into city environments where all you have to do is have a job and to be obedient, you start seeing the birth numbers go down because children are then seen as a detriment as opposed to an asset, right? So what you're seeing is that as you have the more and more industrialization of a society, you'll see less and less childbirths where you start getting into negative territory. In Black America, not only are you seeing this negative territory, but even within the childbirths, you're seeing single parent households, most of the time single mother households. And a lot of times that is because the men are not being men and the women are not being women. What do I mean by that? Is that the roles that have been assigned to us from time immemorial have completely been collapsed. And those roles are collapsed. The men are no longer attractive to the women and the women are no longer attractive to the men. And what do I mean by that? Those roles were assigned based on biological imperatives. That means that a woman's biological imperative is to choose the best man that she can that's going to provide her security in the fields of economics and physical and emotional security. But usually economics and physical security. And you see this in the animal kingdom. And as a matter of fact, in most of the animal kingdom, all of the females would just choose the most viable male and have children with that one male. And that has been responsible for creating generations upon generations because those women choose the best viable sperm. And these females in animal society and even in what you would call Eastern societies are very shrewd about the men that they pick. And that's why you had things called dowries in the past. A man had to prove that he could take care of a woman. So he had to pay the family to make sure that he was actually economically viable. That's where a whole concept of dowry came in. So in America, when we get into the statistics, well, amongst white, black, whatever, the divorce rate in America is around about 60% at this moment. That means if you get married within 5 years, the rate is about 45%. After 5 years, it goes to about 60% divorce. And you'll be lucky if you hit 10 years of marriage with the same person. Now, in the Black community, what you're seeing is that not only are you having these divorce rates, but also in the white community, 80% of divorces are initiated by women. So it's actually rare for men to initiate divorces because men typically do not leave relationships because they're quote unquote unhappy. And as a matter of fact, men would probably laugh at another man. A man comes to other men and says, I'm getting divorced. And the men ask that man, why are you getting divorced? And if that man's only answer is, I'm unhappy, that is not adequate enough. And that man would be laughed at. We are expected as men to be in relationships for a greater cause than our happiness. Whereas in this modern society, the women have been trained that their happiness is paramount to anything else. And so therefore, happiness is justifiable in divorce. Not that you're being abused in any way, you're just not happy. He's not as exciting anymore. He doesn't do it for you anymore. And all of it is based on the fact that most of these women think that they have a better alternative. But when they get divorced and they get into these dating streets, they start to realize that it's not as beautiful and hunky-dory as they thought it would be, that Steve Harvey told them it would be. Because most of these women are average women, but they don't want average men. They want above average men. And that is based on a biological imperative. But these women are not doing much to improve themselves in the fields of what men consider important. And what women are thinking is that they're thinking that men and women want the same thing, and men and women do not desire the same thing in a mate. Men look for completely different things than women look for. And so it's important for people to understand their buyer, right? So if you are a man trying to attract women for marriage, you have to understand what that buying pool is looking for. They're looking for a viable man, economically, physically, and intellectually. Women are always looking for men who are better than them. What do I mean by that? Women want men who are taller than them, physically stronger than them, and economically more viable than them. Why is that? It's not because they're gold diggers. And a woman should never be called a gold digger because she wants a man who's better than her in all the fields of care. The reason is because when that woman gets pregnant, she needs to be able to rely on the leadership of the man who impregnated her to be able to provide her security so she can bring that baby to term. It is a biological imperative. And when a woman no longer can trust that you can take care of her in her moments of being feeble, other words, being pregnant and not being able to work and not being able to do much for herself, she needs to know that man has her back and that man can take care of business. But the problem is the young boys in American society are not being raised to have the tools to be those types of men. So the women have lost faith in men generally. So it's all about doing it by myself, right? I'll do it on my own. But I'm going to end with this because I know other people want to speak. Gave you some statistics, but I just wanted to lay down the groundwork. There's no woman, as much as modern society wants to tell you you can do it all by yourself and you're a strong, independent woman, there is no woman who, as a child, said, my dream is to be a single mother. There's no woman who ever had that dream. And as a matter of fact, I was told in my early dating life, in my 20s, by a very wise woman that I was dealing with, she said to me, besides rape, the worst thing a man can do to a woman is to make her a single mother. And that hit me hard. They hit me hard. And these are conversations that need to take place because people need to understand where they're leaving the people that they're dealing with and what they have to struggle for and try to make it, because at the end of the day, the children are with the woman and the woman has to learn how to make it on her own. But it gets doubly exacerbated when you have a non-viable man, but you also have a woman who is not meeting the standards of what it means to be a woman to be able to attract a viable man. So, and keep a viable man, because not all men are built the same, right? And women generally just want the best 10% of men. Most women find most men unattractive. You understand? Most
Mhm.
most men are invisible to most women, right? Most women, particularly if she's gotten a college degree, the garbage man is invisible to her, the postman is invisible to her, the UPS truck driver is invisible to her, the guy working behind the counter at a restaurant is invisible to her. They're only looking for the top 10% of men. And so the question then becomes, what do those top 10% of men want? And I'm in a very unique place because because of my educational level, because I went to, I went to college and I went to law school. And so all of the people I went to, I was pre-med. So the guys I went to school with in college are all doctors, lawyers, judges, viable men economically. And I know what they want, and they all want the same thing. And so we can talk about what these men want, and we can talk about typically what women want and see where the match is and where the mismatch is. And I could tell you it's a glaring mismatch between the women who want something and the men who want something and what they all want. So if we can sort that out, I think that would be a lot better for us moving forward. And there's a lot more to talk about, but I just want to lay the table with that.
Woo! A table you laid, brother. That was very, very insightful. And we really appreciate the information that you shared. And some of it, of course, there may be those online who might think differently and or who might want to go deeper into it. But first I wanted to ask Bernita, you know, there were instances where Brother Heru identified the reality for women in America. Do you find yourself relating to what he said, or do you think things are different?
I think as far as seeking the top 10% of men, the men upper echelon, I will say that I noticed that women that have a high level of education, a lot of them are open to men that, are the truck drivers, have a trade or what have you. I'm noticing more and more of that nowadays, although I do see social media. I do see, any media outlet promoting that is still the level of interest for most women. I think that just has shifted over time because it almost appears, I'm not sure what's causing it, but there's a disconnect between the woman who has the high level of education, high paying job, and the man who is at that status as well. I feel like women are becoming more open to a more diverse group of men, regardless of their backgrounds. So I would just say that, again, I'm still not 100% as to understanding of what's causing that. I know for me personally, it's about substance. My personal reason is it's really about substance. It's about your level of responsibility. It is about, how are you managing your life? Are you responsible in every facet of your life? Are you taking accountability? Do you have a projected plan for your life and for your relationship and family? And then are you able to make ends meet, at least for yourself? I think right now, socioeconomically speaking, we all are struggling no matter what our area or level of education is. You've got people with doctorates that can't find jobs right now. You have people, with high school diplomas that have a trade that are making more than people, with those levels of education. So I think because the way our economy shifting and in this country shifting, I think at least from a woman's standpoint, we are more open to a variety of men. Yeah, that's just it. I
Okay.
don't really have anything
Let
else
me
to
ask
say.
you a quick question, Bernita. Can I ask you a quick question, Bernita?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me, Bernita?
Yeah.
Here we
I
go.
don't know if she can hear me. Can you hear me,
I
Yeah.
can
Bernita?
hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, here's my question to you, Bernita. Out of these women that you know, if you asked them what their preference is, would they prefer to have a man or a husband that makes more money than them, yes or no? Or a man
Yes,
who makes less money than them, yes or no?
I do believe they would prefer a man that makes more money. At least the
Right.
one thing, yeah,
Yeah, and that's across the board.
yeah.
That is across the board, and there's a biological reason for that. And women shouldn't be ashamed of that. Women are very clear about that, actually. I mean, that's why you have songs like Scrubs and stuff like that. You know, I don't want no scrub. But what she's trying to say is that I don't want a man who's going to be an economic burden onto me when I'm going to be in a position where I might have children and I'm going to need help and I'm going to need a leader. That's what
Mm.
women prefer. A man who can take that off, that economic responsibility off them so that she can be a mother instead of being a worker. But the reality is that the women who are exploring men who make less than them, they're doing it out of desperation and not out of desire.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm picking up what
Because
you're
that's
putting
not their
down.
preference. That's not their preference. And when a
Right.
woman doesn't get her preference, it comes out in many different ways in terms of how she talks to a man. I mean, you could just ask them. And the reason is because I have a lot of female friends I went to school with. We're in our 40s and 50s now. And I talked to them because I was very good friends with a lot of them. Most of them are very unhappy. They're unhappy for various reasons. They're lawyers. They put their career over having family when they were young. So now they're in their 40s and now they're looking to find a husband. But the men that qualify in their mind are only men who make more money than them. And that's a small percentage of men. Because if you ask these women, could you respect a man who makes less money than you? The kind woman would say, how much less?
Mm.
Right? If she's
Right.
making $100,000 a year, would she be respectful to a man who makes 30,000 a year? And if she's being honest, the answer is no. The average income for Black men in America is $32,000 a year.
Wow.
You understand? So when a woman has now gotten an education, because look at the colleges. I mean, look at Howard University. When I
Yeah.
was when I was in law school, I was hearing, and that was in the 90s, late 90s, I was hearing that the ratio between men to women in Howard University was 12-1.
Mm.
So now you're getting 12-1 women with degrees and higher earning percent possibilities than men. So now all of these women are going to have to make two decisions. They're going to have to abrogate their biological nature of wanting a man who's better than them financially and physically and all of those types of things and choosing a lesser man, quote unquote. I'm just talking about numbers, economic numbers. How many women handle that well? How many women can be respectful to a man who earns less than them? Not many. And it's not because they view that man with contempt, it's because their biological makeup makes them feel insecure with a man who cannot handle the business that needs to be handled when it's time for family and child rearing. So now you're in a Russian roulette situation because what happens is that these women end up dealing with men who they don't take as seriously and don't respect as much. And that's the type of men in the pool that they have available to them. The men that they desire usually are married already. And because you live in a prescriptive monogamous society, it's not like that in Tanzania. It's not like that in Senegal. Men of means who have wives usually are asked to take another wife so that every woman can have a husband. So you can't have that conversation in America. So we have to deal with prescriptive monogamy. And just look at a college campus. If it's 12-1, that means that there's 11 women who can't have a man within that campus environment. So if 11 women who can't have a man, guess what? All of those men are not viable to those women. So what ends up happening? The popular guys on campus get all the women. And as a matter of fact, the statistics show that. I don't know if a lot of people are aware but 80% of the children in the Black community are fathered by 20% of the men.
Wow.
Mm. Wow.
You understand? So 20% of men are fathering all of these children because these are the men that are desirable to women. These are the men that have the ability to attract women. And people don't understand that not all men can attract women. And most men are womanless. And the only reason why they're even getting a woman is because they live in a monogamous society. That means that once a good man is taken, the women just have to deal with whoever's left over. And that might not be their first choice or their best choice. So the non-achieving men get a chance to get a woman. But in other in other environments in the world, only the achieving men get the women, which actually makes men want to achieve more. So now the unemployed men in America have a chance to have a woman because of prescriptive monogamy. You see, so this is what's happening and this is what's going on. It doesn't, and that's why I asked you that question, Bernita, even though you talked about what you talked about, but I just like to keep things real.
Oh, yeah. I'm keeping it real.
99% of women, almost to 100%, want a man who makes more money than them. And what they're saying is if a man makes less money than them, that's not the man that they really want. And when women don't get what they really want in the aspects of love and having family and children, they behave in different ways. And this is how you know. You can have a room full of women. You can have a room full of women at Baruch's restaurant. And if a man who's known to be a millionaire, who's 6 feet tall and handsome walks in, you'll see their behavior change immediately. They're not around this man very much, and that man is very rare because most of the men that they meet are invisible to them. So this is the opportunity now. So a very rich man who's handsome is equivalent to a 9 or a 10 for a man. And what I'm saying is, so the example is this. A man who's a millionaire can walk into Burger King and fall in love and marry the woman behind the counter, asking him if he wants a Whopper with cheese. A millionaire man can marry a woman who's working at Burger King, but a millionaire woman will never, ever marry a man who works behind the counter of Burger King. You understand? Because the biological imperatives are completely different. And once we understand that, then we know what each side really wants. But because we're not having these honest conversations, the men who are underachieving think everything is okay. That they can stay at home and play on their PlayStation all day long while their woman works. They think everything is okay, but that woman actually despises that man. You understand? And when the women don't meet the expectations of what a good man wants, then you start getting breakdown as well. In other words, a good man, a Black man who's earning a lot of money, who decides to take you off the job market. What does that mean? Take you off the job market. That means, hey, baby, Bernita, you're with me now. You ain't got work. Let me know what business you want to do, and I'm going to invest in that business. You ain't got to work no more. Tell your job you ain't coming no more. That's what happens to your life when you meet that type of a man. Because that type of a man takes care of business and doesn't want his wife to call another man boss. See, that's what we do. You understand? We change women's lives, those types of men. We change your life. And so what do we want in return? Well, what we would like in return is at least to give us as much compliance as agreement as Jose gets. Who do I mean by Jose? Jose is the guy from Ecuador, Mexico, who ain't got a green card, who wakes up at 6 in the morning, stands in front of Home Depot to get some common labor work, right? But when Jose gets home, Maria Leta, or whatever the Spanish names you want to choose,
treat him like a king.
She got food ready for him, his favorite food, and his beer open. And what I'm trying to tell you is that most of these men who are great men don't even get that. So these are conversations that need to be met, that need to be had. These are hard conversations, but all of us need to step up so that a woman can be in her true femininity. A woman can't be in her true femininity if she's got to be worried about the rent next month and 2 kids that she's got to raise on her own. She has to take on masculine traits. But a man cannot be in his true femininity. A man cannot be in his true masculinity if his woman is always second guessing him and fighting with him over authority in the household. You see? So what you end up getting is masculine women with feminine men, and it will not work.
Yeah.
It will not work, and that's what we have in the Black community by and large. And until we have these conversations, the demographic numbers are going to be what they are. 80% of divorce initiated by women. Most of the households are single family, women-run households. And it's not getting any better because the new generation of young girls don't even want to have children. Their aspiration is not to be wives and mothers. Their aspiration is to be bad bitches or boss bitches. That's their aspiration. And so what happens when you get a whole flock of women, a new generation says that their aspiration is not to be mothers and wives. Whereas in Africa, that is the greatest aspiration that a woman has, is to be a wife. And she's trained from birth to be a wife. See, so now when these men that you want who make $100,000 or more a year start exercising their passports, they're called passport bros. But really what they are is they're men who are looking, they love Black women, but they understand that Blackness is not limited to a toxic environment called America. They want to choose women who want to be wives and not brides. There's a difference. There's a lot of women who want to be brides but don't want to be wives. And if you want to choose a top tier man, understand that being a wife to a top tier man is work. Yes, you will be given a soft life, but you will have duties and responsibilities. One of them is that you never embarrass your man. A lot of women aren't raised not to be able to do that. You see, start having conversations with these men and ask them what they really want. And they're going to tell you a few things. Well, I want beauty. I want a woman who's going to raise my children in a respectable way, and a woman who does not embarrass me. Nowhere in that did he say, I want a woman with a PhD. I want a woman who makes $100,000 a year. I want a woman with a college degree. No, we don't care about those things. Y'all care about those things because of biological imperatives. And here's the sad thing. Men want youth too. So by the time a woman figures all of this out, she's in her 40s and 50s. And it may be too late for her to get that man that she's looking for, because youth also is a biological imperative, because men of stature want children and they want to leave a legacy with the right woman, right? And so if you're in your 40s and 50s and if you've waited to have children, that's a big problem, because these conversations should have been taking place when you were 18 years old, when you were in your prime, to understand what it is. Because if I have a daughter, it's about teaching her how to choose the right guy. And that's the job of a father, but the fathers ain't around. So the women are talking from a woman's point of view, when the women who perform best in relationships with men are women who've got brothers and fathers in their lives, because the brothers and fathers are going to give them the real deal about what men really want. They understand the nature of men better. Anyway, I'm talking too much, but
Oh, you get two questions from
I'm
No,
talking
hey,
too much, but I could just talk about these things.
No,
I'm going to stop right there, but I really
I
want to
actually have
ask you
two
that
questions.
question. Yeah.
Okay, Bernita has two questions for you.
This is really good, good information. So my question is about the men who are unqualified or underqualified. Do you think that there's a level of resentment that is taking place within those men, or even a feeling of, I would say, just hopelessness, because they're at this place that the majority of women look to the men who are earning, enough to retire them, or, basically let them bask in their femininity? Do you think that that has a lot to do with why they don't even try to level up to the same status as the man who can provide in that way?
Yeah, no. Okay, so yeah, that's a great question. But there are two things that you would have to understand my answer. Men are forced to live with reality. Other words, in the trajectory of a boy to a man's life, men get rude awakenings. Other words, we fight with each other And we're very clear on who can win a fight and who can't win a fight. Men live very drastic lives, and we know that we are under no illusion that if we're living at our mother's house at 40 years old, eating Cheetos every day and don't have a job, we can't expect to have Holly Berry on our arm. We know that. We know when we're bums. We know that. The problem is the equivalent side of that of a woman. Most of the women in American society who maybe rate in terms of what a man would want, rate maybe as a 4 out of 10. Other words, what do I mean by that? She's extremely obese. She's older. She may have 3 different baby fathers. These women still feel like they deserve Denzel Washington knocking at their door with flowers. See, they're completely delusional. And this is what they're holding out for. And you hear them talk. You hear these conversations. Men know that they can't get that type of a woman. Now, are they resentful or not? No, they're not resentful. You know why? Because they still have an opportunity to be around women and have sex with women, because women get lonely because the pool of the men that they want is not available to them. So women end up falling into a war of attrition and end up calling Pookie because they're lonely. So Pookie always gets an opportunity. He'll get a phone call because the women get lonely. And the women know they shouldn't be with Pookie. They know they shouldn't, but they just want to have some type of fun and some type of entertainment and feel attractive and feel like a woman. They can't get it from Charles, who's making $200,000 a year with the law firm, but they'll get it from Pookie because Pookie's giving them a little attention when they walk down the street. You understand? He's making them feel like a woman, so Pookie gets an opportunity, but that woman in the back of her mind knows that Pookie is not viable. He is just a placeholder. They know that, but Pookie understands that if I just wait and I'm persistent, I'll catch her slipping one of these days. See, that don't happen in places where monogamy is not prescriptive. Because the women will say, I would rather share a great man than to have a bum to myself. You see, these women figure certain things out. They figure certain things out and they keep it rolling. That's why when you start studying high net worth individuals, high net worth families, they're very peculiar on who their children marry because they want to keep the success within the gene pool. So we haven't learned that yet. We haven't really understood all of that yet, that family is a serious thing to undertake. It's not a willy-nilly thing to undertake. And the women have to understand that the greatest tribute that you could give to a man is to have his children. And a man needs to understand that the greatest tribute that a woman can give you is to have your children and to bear your last name. But this only matters with men who have a sense of legacy. See, a man who doesn't have a sense of legacy is going to treat you different than a man who has a sense of legacy. Because you're the vessel that brings in his next generations to continue building his empire. You understand? If you get with a man who doesn't have a sense of empire, you're only going to get disaster in single motherhood. But these men keep getting opportunity to chew at the apple because even in your own life, there's men you thinking back to and you're saying, man, I should not have let him. Nope, I shouldn't have let him.
We all.
Yes. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you would have protected your egg a little bit better if you'd have had these conversations when you were 18, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, where you had an opportunity to talk to a man who didn't want anything from you. That is a brother, an uncle, see, men can't talk real with women. Because if we talk real with women, all of a sudden now we become the enemy and the women get turned off. I can talk this way because I don't care. I'm self-made. I do what I want. Most men are afraid of being canceled, or they can't talk the way that they like to talk. But what I'm telling you is that this is what these men tell me when they can talk to me one-on-one. I'm just giving you the inside scoop of
It's
what men talk
concerning.
about.
It's concerning, yeah.
But most of them, and other thing too, I'm looking at you. See, all your life you've had pretty privilege.
You think?
Yeah, you've had privilege.
Hold on now.
You've had pretty privilege because people who have privilege don't recognize that they actually have it. What do I mean by it?
No. I think now, but not every stage of my life. I would
Okay,
say
okay.
that,
I'm assuming that you've looked like this all your life.
No,
Okay,
no,
if
we
you
don't have
haven't,
a,
then okay, then that's even better because now you know the difference.
I know both. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
now you know the difference. The world is different to you the way you look now. So if you look like this when you were 18, imagine the life experience that you would have had. And the 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 bottom line is that you're going to be very desirable to men based on the way that you look. Women women have to just preserve what they have. Men have to make themselves. Women have to preserve their beauty. That's really just kind of all that's asked of us. We talk about pretty privileges that a girl 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, she's pretty. She's basically at the peak of her leverage to choose the best man that she can get. Men have to build themselves, and men don't really reach their peak until they're in their 40s. So, so because of that, the man in his 40s who's worked all of his life to become who he is, to become a leader amongst men, because it takes a lot to be a man who sticks out amongst men. It's a lot. And that man who's 40 years old, who's a senior vice president somewhere, or a president somewhere, or a successful entrepreneur, he's had to eat shit all his life until he got there. Everyone was partying while he was in the library, right? He was studying while everyone was partying. He was laughed at in college because the girls didn't think he was cool because he was a nerd. You understand? He wasn't getting that attention from women. Now he's coming to his prime at 40 years old. And you think a man who's had to eat shit for 40 years to become an outstanding man to stand on top of the mountain, at that point he wants anything less than what he actually deserves and has worked hard for? No. And that's what these men are realizing, that the problem with America is marriage in America is based on what is called an adhesion contract. In law, there's this thing called adhesion contracts. And let me just put it to you this way. In America, marriage is a contract where women are rewarded for breaking the contract. You see, here's the thing, like in business, you never want to enter a contract with somebody who gets rewarded for breaking it. And that's what marriage represents in America. So these men now that you're talking, I'm not talking about a specific class of men, by the way. I'm not talking about the average guy. I'm talking about the man who's desired by most men, but by most women. Ask that man if he wants to be in a contract with someone who gets rewarded for breaking it. So what you're telling me is I work hard and eat shit all my life, and I'm 40 years old now, and I built a net worth of $1 million. Now I want to have children and I want to have a woman. Should I choose a woman whose group statistics is saying that there's a 60% chance of divorce, and when the divorce happens, it's 80% chance that she's going to be the one that initiates it? No, I don't want that type of woman. I want a woman who actually wanted to be a wife, who sees that there's duty in being a mother, and being a mother and a wife is more important than being happy at the moment. You see, if you aren't raised with that, it's hard to get developed into that. So what's happening is you're starting to see these men that these women want, they're going into environments where women are raised to be wives and mothers, and not women who just want to be happy for the day.
Yeah. You know, can I mention something? There's a group of women, and I guess this is this is my story, and I know that they exist. There are women who have been reared by, say, single parents or a low socioeconomic household, meaning there's low income. Everybody needs to, chip in and do the best that they can. I'm a first generation college student. No one paved the way for me. I don't come from a super affluent background. And a lot of my life, it was survival. It was, okay, first off, conditioning to get the degree, because those who came before me that did not get the degree, some of them, struggled in life. So it was, okay, get your degree and then, get the job and do whatever you can to survive. What happens to those? I've noticed that there's been a slight disdain for women that are perceived to be independent or not wanting to be in a relationship immediately and may have to wait, or put off relationships for their education on the strength of survival. Oftentimes there's a disdain by men, by our men, or a penalization where the goal for that person based on their background and not having many resources to fend for themselves, because they didn't have dad in the household, or they didn't have, just any money to take care of them so that they can walk fully in their femininity from beginning all the way until end, and also aspire to be a wife. I think a lot of them do. Like, I always had aspired to be in a relationship, aspired to be a wife, aspired to be a mother, yet I had to literally fend for myself early on in life, in my early 20s, because my family, didn't have, and because dad wasn't there. And I know it's a cycle, of course, with an absent father. So this is not a blame or nothing. I understand my dad had his situations going on, but what concerns me is that many of our women are grouped together to appear as if they have the education, if they have the money, at some point, that they hate or that they are masculine. What happens when they have no choice but to walk in some of those masculine traits because they don't have the resources or the help to care for themselves?
Yes.
A lot of us love our men. I, for one, love my Black men. I, for one, like I said, marriage is the go-to. So what's interesting, even though my mother was a single parent, my grandparents, they were a traditional structure. Yes, my grandmother worked, but she worked later on in life. She had 10 children. She did not work. My grandfather did everything he needed to do to provide for his children, all 10 of the children, and his wife. But yet when my mother, when she was giving birth, and she actually became a single parent for a good portion of our lives, and through that experience I was conditioned to follow this pattern that I understand can be offensive to men, although the intentions had nothing to do with stepping on any men's toes.
I
The
get it.
intentions,
It's about
yeah,
survival. It's about
yeah, or to meet that person halfway, because that's another thing that's pushed on women. Come to the table with something. I know that this is the Western structure, so that's what I'm speaking to. It's under that. What are you coming to the table with financially to meet me halfway? And so those are some of the things I want to speak for the ladies like that
Yeah,
have
please
those
do.
situations,
Please
because it's
do. And
really it's again, it's important,
yeah,
because I don't want that disdain or that
it's
offensiveness
a great
be put
question.
into proper
It's
perspective,
a
so that these women are embraced and feel like there is a
yes,
place for them in
yes.
the relational structure.
It's a great
Sometimes we
question.
don't feel that way.
It's a great, great question. Now, I'm going to yield from answering the question because we've had this brother Adib Muhammad. He's been on and he hasn't spoken, and I do not want to take over and just become, the Heru show. So I know the brother has something to say. I want to respond to your question, but I'm going to yield at this point, and
And I'm
maybe the
open
brother
to
wants to.
anybody.
Yeah, I think the brother may have a response for your question.
Well, I have just given the whole tone of the conversation, because Brother Haru, you hit it off the break when you were setting the table. By you having the experience of both here in the West and being in Africa and the Caribbean, you have a very unique perspective that a lot of brothers who started out like I started out, because I'm 68, I'll be 69 next month. I've been married twice. And I can honestly say, and because of my growth in personal and professional development over many years, if I had a thought anyway, like I think now, I wouldn't have but maybe one wife and 100 children, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Because I kind of got the wrong programming as a child in terms of what a man should be, just based on what my family was involved in. I love my mother and father tremendously, but my father was a hustler, pimp type of dude, a numbers guy. So he had all these girlfriends. So from what I saw as a young man back in the early 60s, coming out of the 60s, coming into the 70s, I always looked at it as normal for a guy to have more than one woman. But the part that I thought was an accountable situation, in the sense that you're getting money. If you're getting money, then you're supposed to, at that time as a child, I looked at it, if you're a dude, you making money, you dressing nice, you staying in shape, and you got a nice car, nice crib and all that, you're supposed to have more than one woman because you're entitled to it. That was an attitude then. But But to address what I want to address now from my experience is that because I've grown tremendously when I came to from out of Christianity to Islam, from Islam to Kemet, it was like for me as the man that I became very responsible. I became very industrious because I started my first business when I was 22. And that was because I was in the mall selling oils, incense, and eventually jewelry. So I had cars and houses and stuff like that. My first marriage, I got married at 20 years old. I wasn't quite ready. I was coming out of the military because I'm a Vietnam era veteran. So I still hadn't matured emotionally as a man to recognize being responsible, being focused in that responsibility. I was just like, hey, I'm getting money, so you're going to do what I tell you to do. And I just didn't have the right guidelines for myself then. That's a long story. It's in my autobiography, but that's another story. So, but as it relates to this conversation about relationships, I think one of the biggest part that's the most destructive aspect to the Black community in terms of our relationship between our men and women is because we don't have a not so much proper, but we don't have an effective way of looking at who we are in relationships starting out very young. Like men, there's this, in my opinion, when a boy is grown, raised by just women, and this is because of the single mother phenomena, the way the mother seems to deal with the child is she loves him in such a way that sometimes he becomes weak because in her emotional loving of him, but not that disciplinarian type of love that speaks to when you get out of line, you're going to be checked, which you have to learn that as a young boy, because when you become a man and get into the world ain't going to tolerate some of that emotional immaturity and you do things and make bad decisions. They not just going to smack you on your hand and love and hug you. You're going to end up in jail for 100 years by making a mistake that was as a direct result of your inability to control yourself emotionally and analyze a situation, and you may have just responded, right? Whereas men have a tendency when a man is in the household with a young boy, he gonna discipline him to a certain extent. He's still gonna love him, but he gonna discipline him. He gonna help him understand how you got to be very accountable about what you do. And in my opinion, sometimes single mothers don't realize they not giving that boy that type of guidance that only a man can give them. Because as a man who dates women, and I don't have a problem, never have had a problem when I was quote unquote single to meet a sister that had children and maybe the father wasn't around and then me and her connect, and as a man dealing with her, I accept the fact of dealing with her children. But if she deal with her children in such a way that I as her man, after we've been together, man, if I can't say nothing to her children, then that causes a major disruption in our ability to communicate and grow together, right? And so all of these type of things, in my opinion, are within the bucket of us starting out in relationships inappropriately because of this Eurocentric way of this rugged individualism that you speak about, and how this whole competitive thing of a man has to have this for these women who don't really see how important it is that they be women to their men, and that shouldn't have nothing to do with the economic aspect of it. Because when you're really young and you come together, it should be a growing together thing anyway, but with intentionality in that growth. If any of this makes sense, because to me, the biggest issue is we function from our Eurocentric programming that's not so much viable for us as men and women of color, and it'd be more effective for us to deal in a communal way where men have roles and women have roles to be wives no matter what else they do, as opposed to this thing about the whole thing about, because I kind of don't agree with the gold digger thing. It's like I don't think in all situations, because of what men are subjected to in America in this dysfunctional society, if they don't start out understanding how to be responsible, accountable, and the necessity of coming together and building family, if they don't know, they don't know. If they not haven't been subjected or taught that in their environment, then they have to go through a growth period. And that's where becoming conscious of where we come from, our realities as a collective before the impact of colonization and slavery, to know that our African brothers and sisters, they knew what a family is. They know the importance of family, if all of this makes sense.
Yeah, brother, it makes sense, and I appreciate your input. I think we do have to get to the source of, or to again, a foundational understanding of why relationships, why family, why children. Because
Mhm.
if we're not on the same page with regard to understanding why we should be in a relationship, why we should bring children into the world, why we should raise children, and what we should be raising them to be, if we're not on the same page with that, then yeah, we'll find ourselves trapped in a cycle of self-destruction
Yes.
that we see. So very, very good input. Renita, is there anything you'd like to say in response to what he said?
No, I'm listening, I'm observing the perspectives at this point.
Okay, okay. Now Haru had some
Yeah, you just went on mute. You just went on mute. Okay, there we go.
okay.
There we
I'm
go.
sorry. Haru, you had some answers to some questions that
Yeah. Sister
Bernita had
Benita, yeah, she
earlier.
asked some direct questions.
And you're not monopolizing the conversation,
No.
brother. You're doing great,
Not at all.
you know.
Yeah, she had a direct question. I want to give a direct answer. So here's the deal. We're trying to rebuild ourselves as a people, right? And we're individuals within a group, and that group has a shared history of being destroyed as a people. And of course, our families were destroyed, but we're also living in a very capitalist environment, and we're living in a place that takes individual happiness over group happiness, right? It's all about me, right? As a matter of fact, I mean, that's why you see that in these types of societies, you'll see a increase in like homosexuality and stuff like that, because it's all about what feels good and what's me, even though it can't produce a new generation. People don't care about that because it's about rugged individualism, right? And to quote the great Damon Dash, uh, he said, I hustle for my last name, not my first. You see, that's the type of man you want to deal with, because that man isn't, he understands legacy. So even if he's mad at you, if you have his children, he cannot throw you away, because you are an important part of what the end goal is. See, this is what women need to realize. These are the type of men you need to start ingratiating yourself towards. A man who has a sense of legacy and duty. It has nothing to do with how he feels about you that day. It's about what the goal is. You understand? Now, let's get to your question. Women who go to school, they're the first generation, they have to rely on themselves. They can't feel like I'm going to rely on a man. I need to get my degree, do all of that. Now I'm talking to you as if you were my daughter. What information or advice would I give you if you were my daughter and you were 19 years old and you're in college? Well, guess what? Get your degree, but as seriously as you take your career, you better take the husband application serious too, and even more serious. And here's what I mean by that is that a lot of Black women are trained, they get your career, get your career, get your career. And they go in a very disciplined manner towards their career. They do everything necessary to be at that interview and to be at the top and look their best and present themselves their best, because they know what is necessary to land that job and to stay in that career. Well, most of these women do not approach mate selection and the need for a husband with the same intensity and respect and discipline as they do their career. And the reason I'm saying that is that I went to school with many sisters like you who came from nothing, and they're the first generation. And then they made it to law school, and they are the crown achievement of their family. And they were so proud of themselves when they graduated. One of these sisters is a judge right now. When I was in law school, I knew her. And she called me crying. It was during COVID. That's when a lot of people started realizing their choices weren't really what they thought it was, when you're locked in the house by yourself during quarantine and nobody's there with you, and there's no man there to protect you, because you don't know what the hell's about to happen in the world. Because guess what? Toilet paper's out at the grocery store. What the hell could happen next? Everyone's locked down, and you're like, damn, I wish I had a man. I wish I had a family. I wish I had someone to come home to. And what you find out when you start looking at surveys, the biggest predictor of female happiness is family. These women who have focused on their career hit the age of 40, and then they realize now they want to be wives and mothers. They've given their best years to their boss and their corporation. Now they want to be mothers and they want to be, but guess what? There's a problem. It's called geriatric pregnancy. Geriatric pregnancy comes in at 35 and older. So the longer you wait to start having a family, it doesn't work out for you in terms of the numbers as a woman and man. I got uncles in Ghana at 80 still having kids.
Mhm.
A woman can't have kids healthy after 40. It's a risk. She can, but it's a risk. It's called geriatric pregnancy. You start having chromosome issues. You start getting Down syndromes issues. You start getting all these issues. So if you want to be a wife and you want to be a mother, you have to choose the best man. Well, when are you in the best bargaining position to choose the best man? When you are at your prime in the eyes of men. And in the eyes of men, a woman is in her prime from the ages of about 22 to 26. That is when you get the most leverage to be able to choose the most viable man. During these years is when a woman should be taking courtship, marriage, mate selection seriously, more seriously than she takes passing the bar exam. Because what we find out is the title of being an attorney for these women when they're in their 50s and 60s pales in comparison than the title of being a wife and a mother. All of these women I went to school with, they regret waiting on getting married. They regret putting their career first. They've made the money, they've done all of this, but they are depressed. The biggest takers of psychotropic medications are women in America. More Prozac is prescribed to women than any other group. Usually women over 40. Why? Because they've hit depression. They don't have family around them. They don't have a husband to come home to. And they start thinking about retirement. Who are they going to spend their old years with? Where's the companionship? They don't have it. And they all regret it. And when I say that they all regret it, Bernita, I'm talking about to a number. Every single one of these sisters, and I talk to them. I'm 50 something years old now. So these sisters I talk to, they're 50, 40s. They all have the same story. And the ones who did get married, they all regret getting divorced because guess what? They were the initiators of their divorce. Why did they get divorced? Because they weren't happy, because in the back of their mind, they thought something was better out there. And then they hit the dating streets and they've been riding a carousel of penis for the last 10 years. Different man after different man after different man after different man. And when you speak to a woman and they say that's woman's lib, but when you speak to women in the quiet of the night, in their deepest confidence, which I do, they all say the same thing to me. They say, Heru, I wish my greatest desire is if I could have just married the love of my life when I was 21 and stayed with him and only him for the rest of my life. All this variety and all this stuff that's going, it ain't for me. It ain't what people think it is. Most women in their right mind prefer to just be with a man and a good man from their youth till their death and be with the same man and have that stability. Most women want that. But what you will see is that most of these professional women, which you know about because you went to school and you went to college, you see them on Facebook. Every 2 years, they got a new man. Every 2 years, they got, I'm not lying. Every 2 years, they got, so within a span of 10 years, they have 5 different penises that they were riding. But they want to tell you about monogamy. But in 10 years, they were dealing with 5 different men. And I watched them because they post everything about their lives, but they're not happy. They're not happy. This is the point that I'm making. You see, a lot of us, and this is what Adib kind of intimated. We're making lifelong decisions in our 20s when we are not ready to make these decisions. We're too young, we're too inexperienced, and we're too stupid to be making these decisions. That's why we need conversations with elders and older people of opposite sexes to tell us what it is. Because we get stuck with these choices that we made. You end up as a woman sleeping with this one, sleeping with that one. In your 20s, you might have had all your children, but it's by 3 different dudes. And if you had to take it back, you would take it back because you didn't know any better, because you didn't know about mate selection. So do you know what I do these days, sis? I advise women how to meet the men that they want.
And that's very important. And oh, sorry, that's redundant.
No, I'm just saying, I advise them how to meet the men. They all want the same guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, they all want the same guy. It's the same guy. They all want the same guy. I'm friends with these guys. So I just tell them, listen, go put on a nice dress, find out where your National Medical Association is, find out the National Bar Association, National Society of Black Engineers Association, find out when they're having social gatherings, banquets, balls, put on your dress and go there. And you will have access to now men who qualify for at least a financial level that will make you happy. What's happening is that women, particularly Black women, are not being shrewd like their white counterparts are. See, these little white girls, when they go to college, they're looking for husbands. They are looking, it's called a July wedding after marriage, after college. They're looking for that. We're looking, our sisters are looking for degrees. You can't hear me? Yeah, I can hear you all. I can hear you all. So, I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but what I'm saying to you, Benita, is that with as much passion as you pursued your degree, you have to be taught to have the same passion to pursue being a wife of a suitable man and to be able to go through those rigorous steps to be qualified to be a wife of a top earning man. Because if you take care of that in your 20s, your whole life is taken care of for you.
So it wasn't about that. My question really wasn't that. It was, what do you do when you have already been at that place where you have been reared, or you're growing out of survival? There's people there's young ladies that yet again may be in the shoes that I was in, young in my early 20s and teens, that are conditioned. Oh, wait, hold on. That were conditioned, to pursue your ticket out of poverty, and because again, the father figure wasn't there, to fend for yourself.
Right.
It's not about not having the passion. It's about having to choose. Many women are in a position where they have no choice but to choose survival because the model, hold on, let me finish. The model that they've seen as far as men are concerned, and they're some, they've been absent. They've shown them that, you know what, I'm not going to cover you. I'm not going to be.
It's muted. It's muted.
I don't know why this thing keeps on muting. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
We
yeah, I
good?
can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are some women that were born into this structure without a choice and have been conditioned, to be this way. For me, I've had the passion. I just had to choose between the two. And honestly, I carry that. And I get it with when you were talking about college. That is something that even women that were in my position looked at. We want husbands. We have to also consider that there's a lineage of our young men in their 20s that aren't taking that seriously. So I believe there's accountability on. Oh, why does this keep on?
It's on now. Now I can hear you.
Okay. I'm just gonna hold this. There is a group. There's a group of, you good? Okay. There's a group of women basically that are torn. They're I was saying so. Oh yeah, there's accountability on both ends.
Yeah.
But if the goal to establish healthy relationships, we have to show up in our real form. And I
Yeah.
think women need to be, reared in a way to understand the importance of relationship, the importance of marriage, the importance of, being a mother, wife, all of that, as well as if some families do push the idea of women contributing in their profession because that is a passion of theirs. I think that even if that is the case or if it's not, all of that should be the discussions had, like you said early on. But I think also in women, pursuing I'm sorry, guys, it keeps on
No, it's
going
okay.
into
It's okay.
mute
We'll let
on
I'll
its
always
own.
go like
But I
this
was
when it
saying there
goes
has
off.
to be also the,
Bernita,
can he hear me now or no?
I was saying that I'll always go like
He's
this
hitting
when
his
the
ear
sound.
though.
No,
Can
I'm
he hear
saying
me?
yes, I can.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
saying
thank you.
listen what I'm saying. I'll
I
always go like this when the sound goes off.
no, I'm sorry, I can't see you from, I have
Oh,
two
you
phones
can't
I'm
see
looking
me.
at.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
apologize. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What I'm basically saying is that we have to also consider that our men need to be reared the same way, because I think in
Absolutely.
college, for instance, or even in the early 20s, it's time to play. It's time
Not
to
for women. No, 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 no. It's not time to play for women.
no, I didn't say, I said men. I'm on
Yeah,
men
yeah, for
now.
men.
I
Yes,
think
yes,
that
yes.
our brothers, our sons need to understand that this is not playtime. We should take this just as seriously, develop the right way so that we can
Yeah.
establish these relationships early on, and
Uh-huh.
walk in the right dynamic with women.
Yeah.
But I just, my biggest thing is sometimes it appears as if women who have gotten a high level of education or what have you, or
Mhm.
has a very high pay or structure and are by themselves, that's all they pursued in life. That's all they wanted. That was the top priority. And then family, then marriage, children,
Mhm.
all of that came next, secondary. But there's a group of women out there, like I said, that have been torn, had no choice but to walk in survival. And I know that's by design. I know that there's a lot up against just the Black family unit to
Yeah.
distract us. My mother
Yeah.
came from, she was on welfare. I grew up under the welfare structure. So there was a lot of that happening that she eventually fell into, I guess, a mental conditioning, thinking, this is the type of system that I need to rely on versus a husband. And of course, that has been a failure. That was a failure in her life. She had failed relationships. So it was even more appealing, right?
Mhm.
When the government said, hey, I'm going to step in and take care of you.
Right.
But there was also, I guess, a survival in her too, like, okay, well, even though I'm under this structure, there might not be hope for me. I'm going to condition my daughter to
Mhm.
aspire, to basically prevent this from happening to her. So you have a chance to go to college. This is your ticket out,
Mhm.
in order to survive and take care of yourself, just in case, a
Uh-huh.
man leaves you or what have you. Like, but that, I don't know, there's a lot of that
No, no,
happens. A lot of
yeah.
us women just feel like, okay, we're just trying to do what we can do,
Mhm.
because we don't have the support that we need early on. And again, yet it either turns men off later on once we've reached the place that we're supposed to be, or it's also turning the younger men off because we're so
You muted
serious.
again.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, he can hear me.
I
Okay.
can hear
Sorry.
you.
I keep on hearing mute. But it turns the young men off because we're so serious. And like I said, coming to the table with something, coming to the
Right.
table to be a contributor, not equal. It doesn't have to be equal. He can still make more money, but just contribute something so that we can continue to survive. What
Mhm.
happens to those, what can we do early on? And honestly, I guess you've answered the question, having those discussions early on. Like this discussion now is very important. I hope there are young listeners, because a lot of our young girls, a lot of our young men don't have the people in their life to have these type of discussions, just like me. But
Mhm.
I just think that older, like people that are around our age, it's important for us to embrace that may be a possibility, that there's not women out there that just don't feel like a man can't do anything for them, that they don't want a man because they're paid, they can take care of themselves and
Right.
do them. That's not a lot of our attitudes, I guess I could speak for myself. That's not my attitude. That's never
Got
been my
it.
attitude. It's
Got
a
it.
blessing to see both dynamics. Like I said, so half my life I lived with my grandparents who were under a traditional structure. Yet again, grandmom did work, but not a lot. And grandpop
Mhm.
took care of her. And grandmom was up at night ironing grandpop's shirts. Grandmom was coming home, from work, preparing the food. Grandpa was literally did not let her lift a foot to go to church, which was only like 3 houses down
Dang.
from their house. He would pull out his car and make sure she, got a ride there instead of walk. So there were certain roles that I saw that under a traditional structure, but then a more conventional structure with the single parent household. So I got a little taste of both, which I think is a blessing. Yet, because it was mom, because the money was an issue, the survival was still an issue there. I don't know why this keeps on going to
I
me.
can
Can
hear
you
you now.
monitor that for me? Thank you. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
I'm not sure where you missed me, but long story short, I got both ends. I got the traditional and the conventional, and I always aspire to the traditional, although I was pushed to the more conventional as far as survival, not the attitude, but
Okay.
survival.
Okay.
And then here's my question for so there's different generations. This older generation that of single women who are educated, who are in their professions, are looked at, a lot of them are looked at as if they just did not want a man, or that, wanted to divorce or what have you. What do you do when there's some of them that are just in that place because all they knew was survival and just did the best they could with what they wanted? I feel like, for me, I feel like both parties should be given a fair chance. And I think that's why I'm very empathetic to the men that may not be achieving as high. I understand that there's certain factors in society that have contributed to that, to why this man is where he is. And for me, I'm willing, I've always been the type to work with, to consider, have those conversations, get a better understanding of what that person's pursuit is, as well as what he has in place to achieve his goals, to be the provider of the family, because I understand so much is behind why we are in the place that we're in. So my question is just really like, what do you do? Like, I understand that there's I don't know, what do you do to mend those relationships, to create a structure of understanding and also prevention for the younger generations? Because I just feel like there's a group, I don't know, there's just this energy of, I guess there's a misunderstanding with women who have, had to achieve on their own, who have had to do on their own, when a lot of them really don't aspire to that. They just had no choice.
Yes. So you're asking two questions.
Yeah, too.
Because I think one of the things, based on your question, not to interrupt, but from my perspective, being in my 60s and having seen a lot of dynamics, particularly as you go through the years, particularly as a Black man that has become professionally and personally successful, I would be considered in some circles as a high net worth male. And so, because I've never had a problem in being women being attracted to me, and that's not always been about how financially successful I was, but it was always about how articulate, how confident in that ability just to walk into a room, have the confidence, and can speak well when spoken to, right? So that comes across where opportunities present themselves to you in order as a man to be engaged in opportunities of personal development and professional growth. Because the more articulate you are, the more able you are to handle yourself in a room of all types of people, then opportunities present themselves simply because people are attracted to people who seem to have their stuff together, even if it's just that level of confidence and comfortability with themselves. That has always been my experience. So as a result of that, my opinion is these type of conversations absolutely have to take place, and hopefully amongst kids who are 10 to 12 years old, maybe, because as they begin to get a sense of who they think they are as young men and women, young boys and young girls, and what do they aspire to as that example of what it is to be a young girl looking for a husband and what it means to be a young man going to develop into being an accountable, responsible young man who understands it's not just about how many girls you can knock down. It's about, hey, you within this pursuit should have some type of vision as to some type of man you wish to become. And hopefully that's a family man who has the willingness to take care of children and ensure those children are guided in a way that when they come out here into this society, that they're prepared, especially young boys and young girls, to be prepared to be earning, whether they pursue as an entrepreneur, as having a job, but not only having a job, but having an entrepreneurial track too. Because if you're not building legacy, if you don't understand how important legacy is, and that's a financial legacy, an educational and spiritual legacy, which like when you talk about when the brother mentioned earlier, Haroon mentioned earlier, the average income of men in America is like $32,000 a year. Where's that good at? You know what I'm saying? So when we take into consideration all of these variables that impact how we are in our relationships, because it has always been my experience, especially coming up in DC and in the DMV and watching all of these young girls coming out of high school, getting these, even if they didn't go to college, they get an opportunity to go in these government agencies and contracting agencies more so than young boys. So the girls get an opportunity to be employed quicker than the boys anyway. And if it's a college situation, it always has been 10 to 12 to even 15 girls to one black dude. You know what I'm saying? So all of these factors come into play. So we have to start younger, exposing these young boys and girls to what could potentially be a viable, successful, and productive relationship and what that looks like.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
So
Haru, you wanted to respond?
yeah, I just want to answer. I just want to break down where Benita was getting at, and so I can just answer what she's getting at directly. But I want to be clear with her that what I'm saying about what she's saying is correct, right? So I just want to just check in with her. So Benita, my sense of what you said is there's a class of women that actually did want to be wives and do want to be wives, at least as much as they want their careers.
Yeah.
And then within that, there's a subsect. There's two subsections, the young ones and the older ones. Let's just say the ones in their 20s and the ones who are over 40. What is the message for those women? Is that okay, good.
Or not even the message, more so how is that handled when it comes, how should men, I don't want to say this.
No, yeah, say
it's more so like, how is that managed when it comes to men, when it comes to developing healthy relationships? Is there a level of embracing on both ends, like regardless of what age? Can we make space for that? Because I feel like there isn't space for the ones that are at any point, older or younger, that are maybe operating out of survival and thinking that, education or income or what have you is their ticket to that place. Where's the space for them?
This conversation is only relevant for women and men who want to be married.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about the other people.
Or be in relationship.
Yeah. Well, to me, the way I keep score is marriage. Because these relationships, it's relationships. Like there's no real sense of duty in most relationships. It's just about when you're happy. But when you get married, it's a little bit different. You start having children and you build a family. That's the conversation I want to have. And to me, that should be the aspiration, or else we're just playing around with each other. And that's fine. We could do that as long as we're clear that's what we're doing in these relationships. But if we're going to talk about real foundation and what really keeps a man, what keeps a man with a woman is not incessant dating of the woman, is a man feeling that he has a sense of responsibility and a sense of legacy with this woman. That's what keeps a man around.
I think relationship is important first because a lot of us are so injured that we can't even get along with each other. So that's why I brought up
Yeah.
relationship,
Okay.
that
But
there can be a disconnect or a disdain towards each gender, and we can't even get to that point of even
yeah,
aspiring to marriage if we don't like each
but
other.
yeah,
That's
but
what
that aspiration is very important because the end goal is what matters most in anything. If you don't have an end goal, you don't have like a basic thesis as to why you're doing what you're doing, then you're moving through things willy-nilly. So we have to have what is the ultimate in our relationships with each other? Is it just to have relationships or is it to do something bigger than ourselves? And this is what it's always been about. This is why our ancestors actually didn't kill themselves through slavery. They want to live for their children because they were thinking their children could have a better life than them. The thesis is what's important. What is the end goal? Why am I with Bernita? Why am I hanging out? There has to be something more than just me being with Bernita. You understand what I'm saying? It has to be something greater than ourselves. If people are focused on themselves and not something greater, you never achieve anything of greatness. So it has to be what is the end goal of why a black man and a black woman should actually be together? Is really the end goal is to be able to raise children in a stable household so that the next generation is better than ourselves. That's really what it's about. And that's why the institution of marriage actually took place. That's what I'm interested in. Anything else is I'm attracted to you, attracted to me, let's hang out with each other. You understand what I'm saying? No, it has to do with you have a biological time clock. Those needs have to be met. And when you're pregnant, you have to have trust in me that I'm going to be able to deliver to you security in the forms of economic and physical security so that you can have these children in a non-stressful environment and that you can be the woman and the mother that you need to be. That's what it boils down to. And the men have to be trained to be able to provide that for every single woman in their life. And the women have to be trained to be wives and helpmates to that man so that he can actually serve those responsibilities. That's what it boils down to. Anything other than that, we are just dating and we're having fun as long as we're attracted to each other. So the minute that I'm not attractive to you, you can feel like you want to leave. The minute that I'm not attracted to you, I feel like I can leave. That's not what it's about. It's not about fun. It's about duty. And so when we start talking about these two classes of women, I asked them, okay, you wanted to be married. You wanted to have a man. You wanted to be a wife. Why didn't that happen for you? And what we find out is that there's two reasons why it didn't happen. One, those women did not locate themselves around the men that they really respect and want. They made themselves available to lesser men, number one. And number two, those women were not prepared to be the type of women that a man like that would want. Those are the two things. Because why is it that you feel like you're a professional woman, you're smart, you're attractive, whatever. Why is it that you didn't get an acceptable man or a man that you respect to want to marry you? That's a real question to that.
For
Why?
me, so I've actually been in that position. And I've actually walked away from it. And it had a lot to do with the level of respect in the relationship that was lacking. And I think that that goes back to the whole idea of, ensuring that both men and or boys and girls are reared in a way to respect one another in order to establish healthy relationships, healthy platonic relationships early on, so that when they get to that level of aspiration, or even as they're being conditioned or reared to aspire to marriage, they actually like the people that they are marrying. Unfortunately, you don't see that. Sometimes you see that with women not really respecting the man or the man not respecting the woman. And I think that dignity is very important in relationships. You just can't bypass that. I think in order to establish something functional, yes, you may have generational wealth. Yes, you may bring children into this world, but traumatic cycles continue. And if you do bring them in under that type of structure, and if you know what I mean, so then it causes yet another problem. That cycle starts all over again, or that problem starts all over again, because they're reared under a structure of, yes, okay, there's a working dynamic, a business, or collaboration dynamic going on, yet they don't like each other, yet they don't respect each other, yet you know,
Yeah,
there's
but
a lot of
all
debating,
right,
and I
but
think that's super,
okay.
hmm,
So, but here's the thing.
that's super important.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, here's the thing, Bernita. For a business, a multinational business to work, do the people who are interacting with each other and have business and working relationships with each other do they need to like each other?
Yeah, not in a business, they need to have an agreement, but no, they may not very well
Right.
like each other.
Ah, they need to have an
So
agreement.
are we saying that marriage is just business in that it
This
is
is
it?
what
Because
I'm saying
for
is the
me,
people.
I come from a different structure. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
believe that
Yes. So,
it boils down to just that.
all
We're
right, but here's
humans.
yeah, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Societies that look at marriage as a business are overwhelmingly more successful than societies that look at marriage for love. So what I'm saying is that if you look at the history of marriage, most marriages have been arranged marriages in the history of marriage, where the parents pick for the children.
Mhm.
This marry for love thing is a new concept. Like it's a new concept.
I
People
don't
marry.
think that's it though. Yeah, the
No,
married for love, I think that's an element, but not all, end all be all. But
yeah, but no, what I'm saying is that love is a new concept. It came with the romanticism and the romantic age of like plays, novels, and all that. And that's when it got into to people's minds. Most people in the history of humanity never married who they loved. Marriage was the bringing together of families.
is that
And
healthy? I mean, is that even though that was tradition, is that does
well,
because that's a
they had
tradition, does that
well,
mean that that was
let,
right and healthy?
yeah, well, right should be judged by results. There were no single family mother homes. There were no children being raised without fathers. There weren't women generally being given pregnancy without marriage. Do you understand what I'm saying? The results, it should be what we're looking at. You see, when we start getting into these emotional things, in other words, how's it been working out? Marriage for love. You see, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. And this is when I knew what marriage was and what was expected of me. And when I was young, my parents, they rarely fought, at least in front of us.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah.
they fought, and it was big, it was bad. And I remember in my life, there was maybe 2 times my parents had a big fight that was just terrible. And as a child, I'm watching it and I'm feeling very insecure because I'm thinking my parents might get a divorce. Like the toll that it takes on a child emotionally is something that people don't really talk about that much because it's the adults just focused on their happiness,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
And but one of the things that I saw was this. My mother and father would have, I'm talking the worst arguments, like slamming the door on each other, which would never happen. But even during that time, when it's evening, my mother still made dinner for my father.
Mhm.
My mother still made dinner for my father. She still laid a table. She still gave him the respect of a husband. And I watched this, even though my mother might have done it gritting her teeth, she knew that that was her duty. And my father took care of all the bills still and did not decide to leave because he's with a impossible woman. And so he's going to abandon the household.
That's love. That's actually really what love is.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Duty. Duty is the duty
Yeah.
is the highest form of love. This
Yeah.
is the point that I'm
At
making.
love
That's why
action.
this is why now we're getting somewhere. This is
Mhm.
why arranged marriages worked over time because people understood they had a sense of duty and a sense of accountability, not just to the man or woman in their life, but to the families around that are depending on them. You understand?
Yeah.
This is where it's at. Because on any given day, me and you can get into a knockdown, drag out argument.
Hmm.
But if I know that Benita has a sense of duty and she's still going to do what is required for her as a wife and a mother, and you know that Haru may be mad at you and hate you for today, but you know he's still going to do the duties of a husband and a father, and that does not get abrogated in any way, it brings a different sense of relationship security because you know that I'm trained to be a husband and a father, irrespective of how I feel about you that day or that week. And I'm going to produce just like you do and I do at our jobs when we don't want to be there. You see, we got much more loyalty and performance for our 9 to 5s than we do in our relationships. We got more sense of duty to go to work when we don't feel like it and feel disrespected and underpaid, but we still show up because we
Yeah.
find that we're going to get our check and that's more important. But what's more important than raising children that you made together in a stable household?
Yeah, I agree that there's a lack of a lot of times. Here's what I was going to say. I think that when it comes to jobs, there's choice. I think arranged marriages, in my opinion, everybody was not in full agreement. We cannot say every arranged marriage, the woman and the man agreed to would
No, they
have
didn't.
this would have
Many
been their
times they
choice.
didn't agree. Many times they didn't
Right,
agree.
right. And it goes
They
against
didn't
their will. I
agree.
think that in relationships, we should still have a sense of will, our own
I don't
personal
think
will.
we should.
Like I
I
do,
don't think
because
we should. You know why?
you
You
just
know why?
alluded to jobs. You just
The
alluded to
results are terrible. The results are
you just,
terrible. We've
you
actually
just
lost the right. We've lost the right at this point. Based on the demographic results and how people are getting single family households, and it's actually we're in an emergency status right now where we actually would do better to have respected elders choose for us, because right now in our 20s we've lost our mind. We cannot choose for ourselves. We've proven it. We've proven it. You'd be better off having your grandfather or your grandmother choose for you when you were 20 than you choosing for yourself. And if you lived in a village, you have family support, and that's what it was. Here's the man you're gonna marry. You ain't in love? Well, you're gonna learn how to be in love. And you're gonna have children. Guess what? Your children are gonna grow up in a stable household, because this is not about love. This is about a sense of duty. And it may not sound good to you right now,
no,
but
it's
guess
not.
what? But guess what? Guess what?
Yeah.
The decisions you made in 20 are not the decisions you had made at 40 years old. And to leave 20 years old in this type of environment of rugged individualism to make their own choices, you're going to let your 16-year-old daughter choose whether they're going to go to college or not? If you know that college is the greatest determiner of someone's earning potential for the rest of their life, and the child says, I just don't feel like it, I won't be happy going or getting my high school diploma, it won't make me happy, that's not what I want to do. Hell no. You see, the problem is that unqualified young people have too much leeway to make decisions for themselves. You ever heard of a book, Lord of the Flies? That's
Mhm.
what happens. That's what happens when young people are given the reins of power to make lifetime decisions. You get the Lord of the Flies, and that's what we're living in right now. So all I'm saying is, if people could make those choices properly, then the results should tell us if that's the right thing to do. The results are absolutely abysmal right now. We are actually in emergency state right now. And if you look at the demographics for Black people in America, mathematically in the next 50 years, Black folks gonna be gone. Based on the numbers, Black folks in America are gonna be gone. You won't have Black folks in America, because what's happening is your viable age men, a great percentage of them are in their own community of men. You know what that community is called? Jail. It's a community of men. Their most viable age to be earners and fathers is completely taken away from them. So now you've got a pool of women in their 20s left to fend for themselves without these men and try to make the best decisions they can, but they're not choosing properly because they're not trained properly to be wives. So the men that are available don't want them because these women are not qualified to be with these men. So what I'm trying to tell you is that should a people who are completely ignorant on real decision making and have shown that the decisions that they make lead to disaster be allowed to make more and more decisions? I do not allow my child to make decisions for his life. My parents did not allow me to make a decision whether I was going to go to college or not. It was a foregone conclusion. I had no say in it. And guess what? I didn't want to go to college at that time. But luckily for me, my parents didn't give a damn. And they said, you going. And later on in life, I see the wisdom in their decision. A lot of times we don't see the wisdom of the elders until it's too late. And so all I'm saying is that this idea of happiness that we like to lay upon is a rugged individualism idea, and we're putting ourselves before the group. What the group needs right now is stable relationships, stable families, children in stable households with a man and a woman there. And obviously this little love imperative that we have ain't working because it's ephemeral. You in love today, you out of love tomorrow. But guess what? Duty never goes away, but love does. Love is overrated.
I think in order to create a stable structure, though, we need stable people. And I guess that takes me back to the how people are conditioned, what their experiences are, and the healing that is necessary for both genders. Because it's great. I love the blueprint that you set out. But unfortunately, there's a level of abuse that comes with that on both ends because people are unhealed. What are your I guess opinions about that, as well as some solutions? Do you think that that is important, that two healed individuals, or however you want it, if it's monogamous or polygamous, healed individuals coming together, establishing a unit that is strong, that continues, to procreate so that we can increase in numbers? Do you think, though, what is happening? Who's being this offspring, I should say?
Mhm.
The more and more the offspring, I want to know how healed they are. Like, if we forget that we're bringing a lot of, like I said before, intergenerational trauma, and creating basically the same cycles, the same patterns, the same issues. Like,
Okay.
it's great to come together, under a marital structure for business sake, for an overall agenda and outcome that we're all pursuing. But how it's just like a job. If you don't have healthy employees that are mentally stable, that have a good skill set, then the quality of your business comes into question. Oftentimes it is low quality. So, what type of input do you have regarding, the level of health
Well, I mean,
that
most people,
each
so
gender needs to have
yeah,
to create the dynamic that you're saying?
so you just proved my point. If you got all these unhealthy people should not be making lifetime decisions for themselves.
Right, but then
Just,
you
I mean,
have
you just
you have
proved my point.
generations that come before them that's not unhealthy, that are not healthy
Right,
either. So that's the
right,
thing. It's like, you know what I mean? It
right,
continues.
right,
It's it's
right. So
it's an
then how do you break?
incubator.
So the
So
question
what
is,
do
how do you
we
break a cycle?
basically?
Yeah, so you break a cycle by doing things that are uncomfortable and things that are different than what you've been doing. And what we know that the biggest prediction and the biggest controller of behavior is environment.
Mm,
So you're going to have to be taken out of a toxic environment and you're going to be brought into a better, it's like I work with people with cancer, right? You can't be in a toxic eating environment. You have cancer and you're going to heal yourself from cancer. So you have to take that sick person out of that toxic environment into a better
mhm,
environment to be able to, quote unquote, heal themselves. But guess what? That person who has overeaten, smoked cigarettes,
mhm,
uh, is engaged in unhealthy behavior, has now disqualified themselves from making health decisions. Someone
mhm,
else has to take over, someone wiser, someone who gets better results has to take over. And guess what that person is going to prescribe for them? A whole different eating environment and a whole different even living environment.
mhm. Yeah.
And so it's the same thing for relationships. It's not really, it's like you know the answers to these questions when it comes to everything else but relationships. Like if you were to take a sick person, what I'm saying is that what would be your answer for a sick person? Like someone who's physically sick. You wouldn't tell a sick person to keep doing what you're doing and make your own eating choices. No, you would say that I have experienced this. I've been sick before. I've been around sick people, and this is the way to be healed. A person who's not in their right mind could not make legitimate decisions for themselves. That's actually in the law. It's just called having the capacity. That's what they're going on with Biden right now. That he doesn't have the capacity to make the decisions.
Right.
So you have to actually let these people know that you're not in a position to make lifetime decisions, particularly that affect other people like children that you bring into this world. That's the point that I'm making. So now
Mhm.
we realize that people are sick, and we both agree, Bernita, we're not that far apart. It's just
No,
that
this is
I,
yeah.
I think that what you're doing is you're making exceptions for people who are sick when it comes to relationships that you wouldn't make for people who are sick when it comes to health. What I'm saying is that those people have to be directed by people who've actually solved the problems. They can't be making decisions by themselves, because that's why I'm saying arranged marriages by elders that you respect would probably work better. But Black folks in America don't respect elders. You understand what I'm saying? Like generally don't respect elders. There's no tradition of respecting elders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
I
there's
just feel
no,
like our elder pool, the wisdom and of the elder pool,
you're skeptical.
unfortunately
You're
is dying
skeptical.
out. Yeah, and so
You're
for that
skeptical.
reason, I guess
No, I'm
for
talking about
me,
proven.
my
Elders with
my
proven results. That's the
yeah,
point I'm
yeah.
making. Elders with
My
proven results.
I think about, since there is a lot of toxicity for every generation that's going on, I think, looking at where we are now, who we are now, considering how important it is to take the individual and build them up and then you're right. You're right. Basically, it takes an elder to do that, to help with the decision making. Um, I lost my train of thought because I was going to say something about the person, but I'm going to leave it be.
Well,
But as
all
far as, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is
Nope.
that the best way to think about this is what would you perspective? You certainly wouldn't have someone who has high blood pressure, cancer, and diabetes getting advice from someone who also has high blood pressure and diabetes and cancer. You
Right. No, yeah,
you
and I agree with that. And
right.
that's what I see among the elder pool, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I guess the
You would
question is,
the best person is an elder
what
who's
can we
conquered
do
that.
as individual people, like to heal from that so that we make better decisions. If we can't look to the elders because some of them demonstrate a level of
So what you do,
toxicity, what do
what
we
you
do, you
yeah,
know?
so you find just like you know the answer to the question. What do you do to heal from cancer if you've got cancer? Best
What
thing
do you
that you
do?
could do The best thing that you could do is to go to someone who's familiar with cancer, who
Mhm,
has had cancer themselves and has conquered it, and you take advice from them. You see,
mm,
we like to take financial advice from broke people. We like to take relationship advice from people who are not in relationships. We like to
mhm,
take marriage advice from people who are not married. Your first thing you do is you identify someone who's in health,
mm,
and you identify someone who can relate to your problem and find out how they got to the other side of solving their problem. What I'm saying is that you know the answer to your questions when it deals with any other form of sickness. But when it comes to relationship sickness, we keep getting the same information from people who are not successful in relationships. We getting relationship advice. The worst thing that women do is get relationship advice from each other. Usually, and usually never get it, never, especially like I could tell you right now, just you as a person, you should never take, you're in a relationship right now. The only people you should be getting relationship advice is
well, relationships,
from
yeah, that's
married,
wisdom.
from married women,
Hmm.
married
That's
women,
wisdom, yeah. Yeah,
married
I
women,
agree with that. That's
and,
wisdom.
and, and, and men who are also married who don't want nothing from you, who can tell you things from a male perspective without
Hmm.
fear of being canceled by you or not getting something from you. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that we all know the answers to the questions, but when we start extrapolating the question towards maybe physical sickness, but when it comes to relationship sickness, we keep doing the same things over and over again. And I'm looking at this thing and I'm saying that right now, young Black folks in America are unqualified to make decisions for themselves when it comes to relationships. Now, are they going to accept learned elders? But what happens if you're a woman now, you're 20 and you understand this? And you understand this, you understand, damn, Haru, you're right. I do need to get advice from an older person about my dating choices because I might not be in my right mind because I'm in a toxic ass environment and I don't want to be 50 years old without a husband and children in a healthy marriage and relationship. I don't want to be that person. So what is the best way for me to actually win? What is the best? I want us to win. I want the young girls to win. Those who want to be married, I want them to be married with men that they respect and men who can provide for them. But there's a way to go about it. And we have lost our way to go about it. The way your grandma and great grandma went about becoming a wife is different than what the young girls are doing today.
Hmm.
Completely different. And we might want to get advice from them because we might want to say that they weren't happy, but they were not single mothers. Maybe they didn't have as much quote unquote freedom as you think that a woman should have because maybe she had to rely on her husband for everything economically. But guess what? The children were raised in a stable household. The results were a lot better because if it was left up to the 20-year-olds of today and they lived in the 1960s, Benita, you would not be alive today. Those children, because they would not have had children to actually populate you for today. This is the reality of the situation. So the point of the matter is that how do women in their 20s or even their 40s, but these are two, because it goes to your original question. There was two sets of questions. The women who want to be married, their 20s and 40s, there's different approaches for those sets of women. Those women in their 20s are young, they can have children. That's a whole different conversation. Women in their 40s, those are the women that I talk to a lot. The ones I went to school with who call me. What are they going to do to get men in their lives? A lot of them are completely disqualified for the men that they want. So a lot of times they have to take down their expectations and start looking at average men. In particular, because if you want a man who's a mover and shaker, he's not there to cater to all your needs. You're there to cater to his.
And
And
I find that to be a problem. I find that there's a imbalance as far as sacrifice.
no, because there's no greater sacrifice than if you're my wife and there's an understanding that I'm supposed to protect you with my life. There's no bigger sacrifice than that. And if I've made that agreement that no matter what happens, we're asleep in bed and I hear a noise in the house, I'm the one putting my life at risk for you. So if I've decided that I will give up my life for your safety, that's the biggest imbalance. See, women think that like, oh, it's not fair. There's nothing more unfair than the life of a man.
Can I mention something? Can I ask
Yeah.
something? So you said for physical safety, but what about the emotional, the mental, spiritual state, like feeling safe in that way? That's important too for the woman. And
Yes.
oftentimes you have that structure where a woman is sacrificing everything and a man, is basically providing, protecting physically,
Yeah, but
but
that's
not protected.
sacrificing too.
What's
Let's
that?
let's be clear that man is sacrificing too because he's agreed to sacrifice his
Right.
life.
He's agreed to sacrifice his life, right? But he's also, there's very, very, at that point, a lot of men that like to explore other women. And I get it that
Okay,
polygamy
we
and
talking. Let's talk now.
yeah,
We
yeah,
talking now. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
and
But
and
check
if
this
you're
out.
this is under the agreement of monogamy,
Mhm.
if they're in a relationship under the agreement of monogamy, and the man is at that point, where he can protect financially, he can protect physically, unfortunately omitting the importance of protecting the heart, protecting the emotions,
Okay, so
the
here's what you
mental
need to do.
safety that a woman
Great,
needs.
perfect.
Like
Now
it's
we're
almost
talking.
as if you're cherry picking.
No.
And and this is not my full philosophy, but I want to put that out there because
Yeah.
I've had conversations with women, that felt this way, that I'm giving up everything. I'm basically being loyal to you, loyal to the
Right.
household. For instance, grandma,
Mhm.
no job. She's loyal to raising the kids, loyal
Mhm.
to her husband when it
Mhm.
comes to his sexual needs and
Yes.
whatever else that he needs. But
Yes.
then
Yes.
there's also that, again, the man having that certain umbrella of provision
I love
with
this.
the exception of committing to the monogamous agreement that that man has made.
I
So
love
yeah,
this. I
speak to
love
that.
this.
Give
Yeah,
me some insight on that.
let's talk about this. Um, this is beautiful because
It is. Yeah.
this is what it usually boils down to. So a lot of women I've talked to who've gotten divorces, you ask about the man, did he beat you? No. Was he paid all the bills, put me in a nice house? What's the problem? He had another woman. She left him because he had some other woman on the side. Yeah,
Hmm.
I can't tolerate that. That didn't protect my heart. This is what you're talking about. Okay. Here's one thing that you have to realize, and this is the problem that women make. Women have to understand that their biology and a man's biology are completely different. So therefore, the psychology of a man and the psychology of a woman will be completely different based on their biology. Women are pro-monogamy. Why? Is because the way a woman shows her love is to exclusively share her body with one man. That's the way she shows her love and her loyalty. That's not how men show their love and loyalty. Men show their love, and this is very important. A man shows his love and loyalty by sharing his resources with the woman, not his body. This is what women need to understand. Men and women are completely different. Women show their love and loyalty by sharing their body exclusively with the man. Man shows his love and loyalty by sharing his resources. A man can sleep with 100 women, but the woman he loves the most and is most loyal to is the one that he's sharing his resources with, not his body. A man's body and a woman's body is different. That's why we have different psychology. Someone has to enter you. You have to trust that person. So you take a lot more value into who enters your body than a man takes into whose body he enters, because there's two different types of things going on. There's a lot more trust you have to have for a man. Women in relationship to men are not looking at trust when it comes to, because we're not scared of you all physically. A man could choke you to death and kill you. A man can do so many things to you that you have to vet a man much more than a man has to vet a woman just for their survival. Now, here's the other thing. Women have to understand that, or you can say, well, it's a double standard. So men should have women and women should have. The thing is that we have different desires. And I'll liken it to this. Nobody respects women who sleep around. From time immemorial, women who sleep around are not respected. You know why? Because no one respects things that are easy to do. It's easy for a woman to sleep with a man. It takes very little effort. However, a man that is able to sleep with a lot of women is a unique man. So not every man can sleep with a lot of women. He's had to do something. He has to bring something of real value to be able to sleep with a lot of women. Black time, he's a celebrity, he's this or he's that. He's able to do that.
He looks.
And yeah. So
It could definitely be looks, and that's on the strength of nothing. But
no, it could be looks, but guess what, Benita, and you'll agree with me on this. The older that you've gotten, the looks become less important for a man to be able to sleep with you. So a man has to have more than that as he gets old. Maybe when he's in his 20s, maybe his looks, but in his 40s, he's got to be actually a man of real substance to be able to pull a lot of women. And so what I liken is a key and a lock. What do you call a key that can open several locks?
Master key.
It's called a master key.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call a lock that can be opened by several keys? A shitty lock. You call it a shitty lock.
That's rhetorical.
You call it a shitty lock. Because a lock and a key are not the same thing. And so what I'm trying to tell you is this. In the mind of a man, and it's unfortunate that women don't have these conversations younger in life to understand men. And the women who do understand this, the women who grew up with brothers who actually was able to give them game. Here's what you need to understand. The type of men that you want, not you in particular.
I understand, yeah.
The type of men that women want, particularly educated women want, are high-earning men. And a high-earning man, if you could just leave your life and pretend that you are a man and what it means to be a man in the world where you have to build yourself up. So I was telling you that women are born and men are made. A woman's job is just to preserve what she has, and the man has to actually construct himself from scratch. And it takes a long time for a man to get into his prime, into his stride. Baruch at 20 is not as valuable as Baruch at 50. However, in a man's perspective, Bernita at 20 is more valuable than Bernita at 50. It's reverse. Why is that? Because we look for different things. Baruch at 50 can provide Bernita more security than he could at 20. But guess what? Bernita at 20 could provide Baruch with more children than she can provide at 50. Because this is what men look for. We look for the suitability of your womb. How many children can you have for me to create my legacy? I'm talking about superior men. I'm not talking about average dudes who don't care about these. I'm talking about men who have built themselves up. A man who's built himself up, as Dame Dad said, they hustle for their last name not their first name. They're interested in legacy and their descendants because they understand that they are building something that should, here's the word. They say that the greatest nobility of a man is the man who plants a tree that he knows that he himself will never enjoy sitting under the shade of. This is the hallmark of great men. And these types of men, to a number, will tell you they didn't do all of this. They didn't do all of this and provide for you and provide for their children, not to be in their full manhood. And any man who's going to tell you, maybe you're not here, you haven't heard this before. I'm sure you have. Men require variety. See, a lot of people ain't gonna tell you this. I'll tell you this because I can talk like this. Men require variety, and you will never be able to satisfy the sexual needs of a man by yourself. You won't. So what happens from time to time with these types of men, particularly high-earning men who have worked their asses off to reach a certain level, let's just keep it real. Look at history. There's never been any great men of history who were wealthy men, the type of men that women generally respect and want, who only had one woman. So if you leave a man who's decided to make you a wife and give you a soft life because he's got other women on the side, well, guess what? Try the UPS man. He might have one on the side too. But as they said, as a wise woman said, I'd rather cry in a Rolls Royce than a Toyota. So the point of the matter is, look, the point of the matter is that you ain't gonna stop the natural inclination of men. You're not gonna fit a circle into a square. And the wise women do what Hillary Clinton did. She's not leaving the name Clinton because she's married to the president of the United States. And guess what? Guess what? If a man has worked himself to be the president of the United States, you might look the other way if he's doing something on the side that maybe you don't do with him, and you still keep the legacy going on, and you still keep doing it, whatever it is that you're doing. And those are the women. If you talk to the older women, they'll give you that type of advice. I would never advise you to leave a man. If there's certain grounds, if the side chicks ain't calling you and they not trying to embarrass you and all of that, and he has something going on the side, but he meets the duties of a husband, and I'm telling you this because there's no other way. You're not going to get men who've accomplished anything to be monogamous, even in a monogamous society. It's not going to happen.
I call that a problem. Why? Because it speaks to me as lack of self-control.
No.
Because yes, they are, and I don't look at it as they may be needs. I look at them as desire.
Can I interject something as an older guy?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the reality of it, and the brothers being straight up with women who are listening and with people who are listening. Because as an older man, when you become successful, he is absolutely right. I don't know no brothers who are really successful that didn't build themselves to that point. And when you get to that point and you have a woman that you love, he's absolutely right. You're going to share all of your resources and all that with her because she's the woman.
That's how we show love.
Thing too. But when it comes to sexual need and that feeling of variety, we all as men, if we're going to be honest, have to tell women. And unfortunately, sometimes the way it comes out is wrong because the woman's gonna always look at American women gonna look at it like, oh, we together, you can't be with no, but that's not reality. That's not what people feel. And and then from a guy standpoint, when you got it like that, unfortunately, I don't care where you are as a man, the reality is the woman is looking at it like cheating, but the man may just have another sister that he occasionally sees just for the sex. That's the reality of it. I mean, ain't no way, I ain't gonna try to sugarcoat it. Most men, including myself, and I love my woman, but there may have been occasions, may be occasions, if being honest, wholly honest, that you're gonna have a desire for another woman for whatever reason. But that has absolutely nothing to do with violating the house and making sure everything is well. That's just
And guess what,
And having
Benita?
a desire is okay. It's acting on that desire. And I just feel as though, so the concern that I have is that there is an imbalance of sacrifice in the relational dynamic. Yes,
No,
I
there's
get
not. No, there's not.
it depends on how you look at it.
If
Because if you're
I
looking
if
at it
I
as if the
pledge,
man has that,
no, no,
when he
no.
gets to that point, or just
There's
his innate nature is to, have sex with multiple
Bernita,
women,
Bernita,
plant a
I'm supposed
seed.
to die for you. I'm supposed to die for you.
Right, but that's
You're not
not the
supposed to
end
die for
all
me.
be all.
No, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh, yes, in
I'm
a
supposed
sense
to
you
die
are,
for
because
you.
we real children. We take the risk of birthing children and dying in the midst of childbirth.
Yeah, but you're not dying for
Everybody
you're not you have
is,
that's for your children. That's not for me. You know,
that's
that's not
for, I
for
mean,
me.
you've been given permission to plant a seed in me. So yes, it's for both you and the child.
Right, but it's not exclusively for me. So what I'm saying is that when I die for you, I'm
And
dying
the
for you. So this is what I'm saying is that the
and the
imbalance.
family, right? And the
Yeah,
family, right? To
no, but
protect
even
your
just for you,
family.
even if we don't have children and you're my wife, I'm supposed to die for you. You're not supposed to die for me.
So
And if
you're
you die for
saying
me,
if,
if you die for
if you
me,
sign up to die for me and sign up to,
not
or
only
get
die
to a
for you.
place of
No, what I'm saying,
basically high
no, you talked
status
about imbalance.
financially and in your profession, that you have the free pass to not
No, no,
practice
no. It's
self-control.
not, no, no, no. It's not a free pass.
And I'm
This is
not
what I'm
saying,
saying. This is what I'm
well,
trying
free
to tell
pass as
you
an
is
agreement.
what I'm trying to tell you is this. If I say to you, this is what men have been since time immemorial and is not going to change in 2024. I'm telling you, this is a constant. And if you look at history, I'm only telling the truth.
Yeah.
This is a constant. When you talk about high performing men that all you women want. Sorry,
I was sorry. I was saying, I know, I get it. It's been the thing, the practice since the beginning of time. Does that make it right though?
well, here's the thing. Hypergamy
Let's
has been the
make it
practice.
right. And because there has been an imbalance in ratio between men and women,
No, I'm telling you,
it's easier for it to
it's
happen,
not
but
right.
does that
Yeah,
really
but
make it right? Because if it was right, why would there be
right.
women that have, concerns and issues with that?
No,
And they are
because
mentally and emotionally, they experience mental and emotional
no,
torment with that type
because
of
no, the
what
reason
we
why you
call
have that
betrayal.
torment. Yeah, the reason
So
why
I'm
you
just
have
saying,
that.
like, that's usually the effect of
Yes,
when you're in a monogamous
got
relationship
it.
and you agree to marry, and be faithful to one another, which is
No,
fine as
but faithful to a man. But I've just told
sleeping
you.
outside of your marriage. Would
Yeah,
say
but
that again.
I've told you that faithful to a man is different than faithful to a woman. Do you know what a man's greatest
How a
fear is?
man is perceiving that, though.
No, no.
Here's the thing. Yeah,
What I'm
you're a
trying to tell
man.
you, what I'm
You're
trying to
saying,
tell you, what I'm trying to tell you, Benita, is this, is that if you were my daughter, I would much prefer you be with a man who shares his resources with you than a man who only shares his body with you.
because you're a man and you don't know what women go
No,
through
no,
in
no, no,
those
no, no,
type
no,
of
no, no, no.
situations.
I'm telling you in
So you're
terms
coming from a male standpoint
no, no, no.
without
I'm coming
a
from results.
consideration of,
I'm coming from a results standpoint. And the women
because it's been practiced, and
no,
yeah.
no, no, not because it's been practiced. I'm talking about biology. You and I don't have the same biology. So
Mm-hmm.
why would we have the same psychology? Now, I understand the psychology that you have. I get it. I understand it. But please understand this. Your psychology is creating a situation of delusion. And all I'm trying to tell you is, and the reason why you get hurt is because little girls are raised to be deluded to think that a man doesn't love you because he has other women. And here's a secret. You want to hear a secret? Do you want to hear a secret?
You can speak.
Okay.
Go ahead and speak it. It's not a secret because everybody's
All
listening
right,
and
listen
I'm
to
here.
this. Listen to
Go
this,
ahead. You can
Benita.
speak.
Listen to this. If a man loves you, really loves you, he wishes there was two of you.
Hmm. Wasn't expecting that, but
Now,
yeah.
hold on. But let me go further.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
if you ask that man, if you have a honest relationship with him where he's free to talk and doesn't feel like him saying something's going to set you off and lose you,
Mhm.
and you could actually ask him questions, because most people don't have those type of relationships. Most men lie to women. You know why? Because we don't want you to leave. Actually, men who lie to women, they lied to you because they actually value you. They don't want you to leave, so they just won't tell you the truth. Most men who are honest with women don't care whether they stay or go. So they just say whatever. So I say whatever because me and you are in a relationship. I can tell you, I can just tell you what it is.
Right.
You understand? So you're actually getting the pure truth from me because I have no horse in the game with you. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is if you were to ask your man, if you had that type of relationship where he could be honest with you, hey baby, do you wish there was two of me? If he says honestly, no, do you know what that means? You listening?
I'm listening.
You know what that means if he says no? That means you're a pain in his ass. He doesn't want two pains in his ass. But if he said, yes, I actually do wish there was two of you, that means that he loves you so much that he can't get enough of you, that he wishes there was two of you. Because men's natural inclination.
I'm not.
I'm just telling you the perspective.
This
And if
male's
you want,
perspective.
yes, and if you women are interested in these types of men who have fought the war to stand on top of the mountain, to become peculiar men amongst men, unique men amongst men. Women don't realize what it takes to be a unique man amongst men, how much sacrifice it takes. And this whole thing is, oh, you ain't got self-control. Do you know what it takes to become an entrepreneur as a man who's built yourself up and didn't get caught up in child support and all of these types of things, and you were able to build your business and to work yourself up to be a man of stature? That takes more discipline than you could ever imagine. And what I'm trying to tell you is that men don't eat shit for 20 years to rise up to become a man of stature. I like roti. I like roti. You know what roti is? You know what roti is?
Yes.
You know what roti is?
Yes. Go ahead.
It's one of my favorite meals.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat roti I don't want to eat roti every goddamn day.
Right, but
You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to eat roti every day. Every now and
then,
then, I want to eat something else. And that doesn't mean
right,
I don't love roti.
right.
So what I'm trying to tell you is,
go
what I'm
ahead.
trying to tell you is there is a way and there is a training. This has happened through, and these are conversations that we don't have, and that's why we're so confused and so delusional and so heartbroken with
It's
each
good
other.
to have these.
That's why
Yeah.
I'm saying we should have these conversations more. So I'd like to actually salute Baruch for actually making this space available to have this conversation. I'd like to salute you for actually sitting down and listening, not being so offended that you can't actually listen, because a lot of women can't listen to what I'm saying. So I'm saluting you right now.
Yeah, and I salute you too for being honest and straightforward. Yeah, it's important because you're giving a male's perspective.
Yes.
Well, can I ask a question?
I actually wanted to. Do you mind if I ask a question?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Speaking.
Yeah.
My question is, you had mentioned, you basically go through hell in a lot of discipline building, right? There's men there that go through hell, disciplining themselves so that they can build to get to this high status, right? It comes across the way you're explaining as if the woman is the reward for that, and that because she's the trophy, she must succumb to whatever is under that structure, whatever the man wants, without much say, without much input, without much identity within the relationship. That's what I'm picking up, because in a sense, when I say identity, I say that because, again, there's certain needs that the woman has. The woman would like, in a monogamous relationship, the loyalty from a man. Loyalty is translated as being, a one woman man. But it sounds as if that is secondary to the type of discipline and all that the man has to go through to get to this point, to have this woman. It's not important. What's important is that he gets what he wants in every facet, and only sacrifice that he makes is to physically protect and financially provide for the woman. What if that's not enough for the woman? Just like you just said, one woman is not enough for the man. What if that's not enough for the woman? Is that fair? And I get that maybe fairness is not something that is prioritized in these type of relationships that you're speaking to, but I really think that it should be. Because we, again, are two human beings that have needs. And I think when you come together, you're one. And there are some things that you have to release, or some things you have to compromise on, for the sake of that
Got
unified
it.
structure, and to make sure that you go forth in whatever end goal that you have together, you meet that goal because you both are on one accord, you're in agreement.
Yeah, so here's
And
what you're
you know what I mean?
confusing.
You've
Here's what
given
you're confusing.
away some of you as well as have taken on, this
Yeah.
structure.
So
You know what I
so
mean? Like
here
that. So I just, yeah,
so
what do you think
here's
about
what
that?
yes. So thank you for that. And what you're saying was pretty well reasoned, but here's what's missing. I'm talking about a peculiar subsect of men that happens to be the subsect of men that women say they want. The profile of this man that they want. This high earning man who's going to give you the soft life.
It's not all women though. Like
I'm talking about the majority of women. And we've already agreed the majority of women want a man who earns more money than them. We've agreed about that earlier. I asked you that question and I said, what's the
more
preference?
money could be that $30,000 that you mentioned because the
Yeah,
woman's not
no,
making
no,
as
hold on, hold
much.
on, hold on. I asked you the question and you said,
Mhm.
yes, the preference is a man that makes more money than me. And so then if we extrapolate that, they want men who are bosses because women want men who are better than them. They do not respect men who are not better than them. What do I mean by better than them? A man who's more experienced than them, a man who's taller than them, a man who's stronger than them, a man who has more wisdom than them so that they can lead, a man who makes more money than them. That's what the majority
But
of women
also
are
who is
attracted.
accountable to them. That's important too.
Yes,
When it comes to
yes.
being better than them,
Yes, but this is what
someone,
I'm
yeah,
saying. It depends on how you define accountability, because if that man still comes home to you and your name is on the will, what more accountability is that?
see, I
What
think
more
men and women
accountability is
define
that by you
accountability
actually being on
differently.
the will?
I
And
think,
so what you're going to do is you're going to break up you're going to leave because he got something on the side. The man has provided all of these things to you. You're in the will. He takes care of the children. Great. He's a great husband. He's a great father. But for the fact that he gets something on the side, you can't tolerate that. So you'd rather break up the family and be a single mother and have your children not raised with their father because he had a little something with Susie on the side, but he comes home to you and gave you the wife title. Good luck.
but see,
Good luck.
you're putting it
So,
on the woman. Yet again, that's a lack of
no, I'm not putting it. No,
accountability
no, I'm not.
because the
I'm not
man
putting it
has
on the woman.
again, yes, I'm sorry. I think we define these type of relationships differently. I think that's where we don't agree or
Oh,
see
see,
eye to
because
eye.
no, you're
Because
looking for a
I feel
partnership.
as though, yes, it's so because the man is checking off all those boxes of being better than the
Yeah,
woman. You know
yeah.
what I mean? The
No,
concern
no,
I
no, no.
have
What
is
I'm saying
that,
is that that
or
man,
not
what
that,
I'm
I'm sorry,
saying is,
checking off all the boxes to, you know, basically provide for the woman or do whatever it is that I don't know. I just feel as though there's more that women, I'm actually telling you, there are many women that want more than that. Um, and there's men out there that aren't willing to sacrifice
and
that
that's
because of their innate nature, because they have the money
no,
to
no.
provide.
Here's what I'm saying is that you're looking for a partnership, not a leader at that point. If you're
No,
looking for a
I'm looking for
leader,
leader and partnership, and I think both
no,
can go hand in
no, you
hand.
don't, no, you don't get partnership with a man like that. This is the point that I'm trying to make. See, this is why we need to have these conversations. You don't have
Yeah.
a partnership with a man like that. You get that? This is
Okay.
a man who's like a general in the world. He's not coming back. He's not coming back into his home to share power with you. That's not that's not what it is. And I think women in America have gotten it confused because they think it's a partnership with these types of men. If you want a partnership, get the UPS driver.
And
Yeah.
I think
No,
it's
what I'm saying,
important
no,
to
no, no,
consider
no, I'm
all.
serious. No, what I'm saying is that I'm being so serious with this.
No,
Is
I
that if
am
you
too.
want
Yeah.
a partnership,
Yeah.
then you have to get a man who's on your level.
So my
Not,
question is
but
like,
the problem, here's the
okay,
problem. Women are not attracted to men on their level. They want men who are greater than them. That's the only point that I'm making. If you could just adjust your attraction level, but you won't because you're biologically wired to be hypergamous. This is the problem that you've got. If you are with, look, Michael Jordan don't get the same amenities than the 12th player on the bench. He gets
mm-hmm,
a different treatment. Why?
mm-hmm.
Because he brings more value. Michael Jordan can show up late to practice. The 12th player on the bench can't.
But where's the integrity? Like,
Huh?
I
I'm
still
telling
feel
you about reality. I'm talking about
you're right, you're right.
reality. I'm
No,
just
you're
talking about
right. But see,
reality. This
does
is
that
not, I'm
make
not
it
talking about
right though?
utopia. I'm not talking
Does
about
that make it
utopia.
right? Does
No,
that
this is
make it
what,
right though?
no, does it make it right
Just
that
because
you have a, no, but listen, does it make it right that you have a period and I don't? Does it make it right that you ovulate and I don't? Does it make it
so
right
we're
that you
talking
have
about
to go
choices,
through?
and then we're talking about things that we have no
No,
control over.
but this is,
Have no control over that.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. This
So
is
you're saying you have no control over
I'm
not.
telling, just like you have no control over the type of men that you actually prefer. You actually prefer men who are better than you because you are biologically wired so. But you could train yourself to like men who are lesser than you. You could train yourself to like unemployed men who have no money that you have to take care of. You can. You can train yourself. But why don't you? Because biologically you are not wired that way. So I'm just talking about the biological wiring that's in place. And what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is true because this is the way these types of men have behaved from time immemorial. I'm saying that E equals mc squared, where c is a constant. The speed of light
Mhm.
is a constant in E equals mc squared. You are not going to change the speed of light. So you better just learn how to work around it. So what I'm trying to tell you, Benita, is that you're talking about a utopia that does not exist in your utopia world. But I'm just telling you how human beings are wired. You are never going to change women. I'm never going to talk a woman into respecting men that they consider less than them, because that's not how women are wired. Just like you're not going to talk men who are at the high echelon of society, which most of you all are attracted to be monogamous. So either he will have a woman on the side secretly, or he'll have it publicly for societies that have already accommodated for that. I'm telling you this. I don't understand why people, how many times, and the thing is that you know this, because even though you talk about monogamy, most people that you know got little side relationships. Today in America, what I'm
So there's
saying
a
is,
lack of
I'm just
self-control and
keeping it real.
discipline
No, no,
among
what I'm saying is that
men. That's the
this is what I'm
problem.
trying
And
to tell.
that's an
No,
area that needs to be healed.
no, this is what I'm trying to tell you. That do you need to be healed because you want a man that's taller than you?
I'm not, wait, say that again. A man that's taller. No,
Yeah. Do
no.
you need to be healed? Does a woman
That
need to
is,
be healed because she doesn't like men who are 5'3"
well, I think it depends.
and
Okay, so
she's
if a
five foot
woman
five?
wants a man that's taller than her and she's
Mhm.
restricting her relationships based on that stance, then yes, she does, because
No,
that's
but you're
very
not going to talk.
narrow-minded.
You're
Huh?
not going to talk her into it because it's a biological. She doesn't feel safe with men who she doesn't feel can protect her. And the reason why she naturally wants a taller man. So, in other words, there's two twin brothers. They have the same attributes. One is five
Well,
foot
it
one,
depends. If
and one
that's
is six
why
foot
she
two.
wants it, because some
Huh?
women are just attracted. Some women just find it physically attractive to see a man that's taller than her. So it
Why?
just
No,
depends
wait,
on
hold
what
on. But
we're
why?
talking about.
Why? Why?
Just
Give us
because
a
they
reason
like
why.
height, just the same reason why men like a woman with, pretty eyes or slanted eyes
No,
or
no,
big
men.
lips or what have you. It's
Yeah.
just something that they
So what?
are attracted to as an
No, it
individual.
doesn't
So, I
happen
mean,
by
I'm not saying that's
accident.
all
I'm
women, but
talking.
I'm just letting you know there's other
No,
reasons why a woman may prefer
yeah,
a man that's taller than her.
I'm talking about general group preferences. In the general group preference, and you know this as a woman, so I'm not saying anything new to you. General group preferences of women and general group preferences of men. There are outliers. There are women who like short, obese men. Okay. But most women want a man who's physically fit, athletic, who is taller and stronger than them. This is across the board and across cultures. You understand what I'm saying? It is
Hmm.
biologically wired. So when I now try to tell that woman that she is emotionally or mentally sick for wanting a man who is taller than her, it completely goes against her biology. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the biological structure of a man is designed to desire more than one woman. Just by the fact that men have millions of sperm. We don't have one egg that we have to protect. We don't have to be as selective in mate selection as women do. Women have to be very selective in mate selection. Men don't have to be as selective because of the biological makeup of men. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that when you work with someone's biology, you start understanding their desired behavior. We already agreed that women on average and in general desire men who are better than them. There is a reason. They are not sick for this. They are not ill. They are not bad people for this. They want men who are taller than them, men that are stronger than them. Women do not like men who are smaller than them, generally. They do not like men who earn less money than them, generally speaking. You always will find outliers, but when we talk about what women want, no one sees a problem with that. Women will easily tell you, oh, he's too short. And everyone will agree with that. No one's offended by that. Oh, he don't make enough money for me, girl. I need a man who makes more money. And you all will understand that when you're all talking to each other. But if a man says, I have a natural inclination for variety, all of a sudden he's sick. There's something wrong with him. He's not disciplined. I'm telling you that this is the biological.
Not sick. There's nothing wrong with him. I just think that.
No, you did. You said that he has a problem that needs to be worked on. And what I'm trying to tell you is that no, nature designed men that way. So the quicker the young Benita understands that, the quicker she can work with the constant in E equals MC squared, which is men are loyal sexually based on their opportunities. Most men don't have the opportunity to be with different women because most men ain't like that. Most men aren't attractive to most women. So most men have a limit of women that they have access to. It is not about temptation. It's about the way that a man is designed. And if we understood that, I will tell you that if I could take two twin girls, one is raised in a world where she believes in this utopia that you believe in, and then one who is raised in a world who understands the reality that I'm talking about, and let's guess who's going to be more successful in relationships with men.
And this depends on how you define success. Just be careful.
Let me define success. Oh, let's define success. Let's define it.
It's coming across quite condescending. Just
let me tell you.
Think about that.
Let me tell you
Here
how.
comes my question to you, though. You have the men have their innate desire for variety. Why is it why do women have an innate desire for monogamy?
I just told you, because of the way women are biologically designed.
So why is it that women have to sacrifice their biological needs and men don't?
They don't have to sacrifice. So if you want to be monogamous, be monogamous.
Okay, right. Or if you don't want to be in a relationship with a man who wants to be polygamous, then don't be in a relationship with a man that wants to be polygamous, or a man that wants to. And then unfortunately
that is most men.
What?
So what I'm trying to tell you is that's most
between both genders, and also it doesn't those relationships, the number of relationships we're trying to reestablish in a healthy way so that we can increase in numbers. It's not going to happen because you're going to have a lineage of women that are going to just say, hey, you know what? I'm done with relationships. I'm not going to get married. I'm going to do this single thing for the rest of my life because my needs aren't honored, or because I feel, in this monogamous relationship, I'm being betrayed. And then, because you have a lot of single mothers because there's men that, decide that they.
No.
Yeah. Or I always speak for the women.
Excuse me, can I say something? It's the funny part for me being my age.
To me. Yeah.
The funny part for me being my age is that I remember my grandmother and my great aunt and just women talking, and I was a kid, and they would talk about how their husband, my great-great-grandfather or my grandfather, had occasion sometime during their relationship to have another woman. And they would talk about, yeah, girl, I ain't like that, but shoot, that's my man, and blah, 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 because he made sure the kids was taking care of all that. And I noticed the older, it seems like women nowadays, and you're a little younger than me, sister, so I'm gonna respect the fact that you're in your 40s. But what I find that in my experience in talking to more emotionally mature women who have lived a certain amount of life, or they understand that when a man strays from that relationship, that has absolutely nothing to do or in any way diminishes the love that he had for you, particularly if you, his woman, his wife, the one that he's sharing all of his resources and his real life with. Because sometimes younger women seem to, from my observation, they got this concept of it's taking something away from your relationship if a man has a physical contact with another woman. And I'm gonna just keep it at that. But the reality is, if a man loves you, he loves you. And that don't have anything else to do with what he do with another woman.
No, what I'm saying, brother, is that you see, men show their love differently than women show their love.
Oh yeah, and I understand that.
We share resources. When we love them, we share our resources. not sleeping
That's
with.
who I'm leaving my money to. That's where
Exactly.
I'm leaving the house
Exactly.
to. That's who I'm gonna
Exactly.
ensure that she all right no matter what's up. But
Right.
But
this
men
other
are,
sister over here may be somebody I like being around or I like talking to and I like being intimate with. But and the funny part is most instances like that, and I hope I don't get killed for this one, but most instances like that, that side lady, she respects the fact if she really respect that man like being with him for why she's with him, then she's gonna respect y'all relationship and not do anything at all to interfere with what's going on with you.
you know, it makes me think about love and how we're, which standpoint we're loving from. Are we loving from the standpoint of how we want to love, or are we loving from the standpoint of how that other person needs to be loved?
Well, when you love from the standpoint of how you want to be loved, it's always taking in consideration how that other person wants to be loved.
No, I
That's why,
meant like how you want to love. So is it the standpoint of how you want to love, you operating in that, or are we operating in the standpoint of how we're loving somebody, how they need to be loved?
but see,
Because
women
love,
always
if
have a
I'm not
tendency to
mistaken, is
say how they need to be
sacrificial.
loved, but men don't, as a man, I'm going to tell you straight up, we don't care. I mean, it
Ooh,
sounds
that's
cold, but
powerful.
we unequivocally don't care
That's
how
the
you want
powerful.
to be loved outside of the fact that we give our all to you. If I'm
Yeah.
giving you all my resource, I'm leaving all my life to you, and I stray for a minute, and you're gonna get upset about that. That shows a real lack of not looking at the big picture of these kids that we got in this house. Because I'm in most instances, American men gonna try not to be with another woman, and you be knowledgeable of that simply because of how you're raised in America. It causes a problem. And as a 60 plus year old man, I'm going to tell you, it caused a problem. But as a 60 plus year old man that's going to be honest with you, men are going to have other women for the reason that they have them for. And it may have absolutely nothing to do. And it's not going to, if the man, in my opinion, from American standpoint, you got to be smart enough not to let an outside piece interfere with your main relationship. It sounds cold. It sounds like you
Jump
cheating,
in here.
but
It's a
that's the
lot.
reality of
It's
it.
a lot
So,
on the woman that
Can
you're
I jump
putting.
in
Go
for a
ahead.
minute,
yeah,
Jump in.
jump
family?
in.
Because
Oh
my
yeah, yeah, we
sister's
got another
here.
sister. Yeah.
Yes, and I just wanted to add to.
This is Sister Alkamar
Yes, I'm
family.
Alphamar,
What's
and
up,
I
sis?
just, hey, family. I just wanted to add another perspective from the feminine side.
Right.
I've been listening intently for the last maybe 15 minutes, and I've heard some good points on both sides. I think um, I hear you, brothers. Okay, I hear you, and I'm not even at a point of disagreement, really. I think that this particular part of the conversation is really, we're talking really about less than 10% of the populace that can
Exactly.
actually,
Exactly.
that is actually in a position
Yes.
be, you know what I'm saying, to
Yes.
provide and take care of
Yes.
multiple households.
Yes.
And it can be done, and it is being done successfully.
Mhm.
There are women who are mature enough to understand these dynamics, the way you guys describe them, and multiple women, and are able to create a lifestyle with multiple women, and it works. It's
Yes.
I see it be done. It's an exception to the rule, but it is being done, and it's being done successfully. But it's just a small part of the population. And what happens is the vast majority of the brothers hear this kind of conversation and they want in, but they don't qualify.
They don't. They
They
don't.
don't,
This is
you know?
you made such a
Exactly. You hit it right on the head.
you made such a good point. I'm so glad that you came in. And remember, I've always prefaced this by saying that this is a small percentage of men, but it's the
Mhm.
same percentage of men, that same group of men that all the women want.
Yes,
You understand what
that
I'm
is
saying?
true.
That
Yes, I
that
do.
profile of a man is about maybe 5% of men, but the
Mhm.
women prefer that profile. That's
Mhm.
why I said that if you don't want that type of reality, get the UPS driver where you have more leverage to say, okay, we can have a partnership now. But if you're dealing with a very accomplished man who's in that 5%, the problem is that 5% pool of man is what all the 99% of women want. So
Yeah.
if you want to be with that man, I'm just telling you, as a brother, as a father figure, as a male who don't want nothing from you, what the reality is of dealing with a man like that. That's the only point that I'm making. If you want to talk about the other 95% of men that most of y'all ain't attracted to, that's a different conversation. Like the sister said, most men who can pull this off have to be qualified to be able to pull this off. But those
Yeah.
are the but those are the men, these are the men that I went to school with. These are the men that are high earners. These are the men who made something of themselves. I have conversations with these men, and the conversation is the same. Then I have conversations with the women who are in a high income bracket because I went to school with them too. And the conversation is also the same. I understand what's going on at both sides. But all I'm saying is that the women who are educated and the women who aren't educated or low earners all want the same guy. They all want the same guy. And so the question is, what does that guy want? And what is life like living with that guy? And this is across countries, by the way. This isn't just America.
And this is in this historical
You're
as
going to
well.
expect to get
It's
in that
historical.
lifestyle. Yes, you will have a song.
But my concern is, so what do we do if the vast majority, because I'm hearing like even the conversation about side pieces, it's like when you reach a certain stature, you don't even, that's not even a conversation, because a side piece becomes part of the family.
This is what I'm saying. This is the point that I'm making. And
That's
I'm
the
so
real
glad,
point.
and I'm so glad that you came into this because it's more palatable when it's coming from a woman. I know it sounds hard when it's coming from a man. That's why I advise women to talk to older women, because you talk to older African women who are married to men of stature, they're going to talk to Sister Bernita and tell her, you worried about the wrong thing. That's what they're gonna tell you. They're gonna tell you worried about the wrong thing. You worried about who he's sleeping with and whatever. As long as he don't bring nothing back to you, and these women ain't coming to disrespect your life, whatever. No, you raise your children. Your children have the last name of a very legendary man, and your life is taken care of. You don't want to. You don't have to work. You don't have to do nothing like that. There's an exchange for everything. There's pros and cons to everything. All I'm saying is the problem is most of y'all women want that guy. So I'm saying, okay, let's talk about life with that guy. That's all I'm saying. If you're talking about men and women relationships with the other 95% of men, it's a different conversation. You're talking about a partnership now. But I'm talking about the problem is that women are wired to be hypergamous, meaning that they want men that are better than them. And if you want that type of man, understand that you're in a fierce competition because all the women around you want that guy too. So that guy has choices. Understand that, check it out, Bernita. If you had a man who was your twin brother, who looked like you as a man, attractive, like dark, handsome, tall, and was a millionaire, and he's your twin brother and grew up with you, and you love him and he loved you as a sister and brother, he would not agree with you. He would agree with me. It's because you don't live the life of a man and understand what this whole thing is about. You have this perspective of a woman. And that's fine. You can have that perspective of a woman. But guess what? If you're in the marketplace, you have to cater to your desired consumer. The desired consumer is this 5% man that you all are all looking for. And so you might want to ask that man what he wants. And if he's in a position to tell you what he wants because he wants to be honest, you're going to hear the same thing. Why am I saying that? Because I'm one of them. I'm one of those men. And my circle is full of those men. They're all saying the same thing. And I'm just reporting. Don't get mad at the messenger.
So here's
But Bernita, okay, go ahead, Bernita.
This isn't a conversation to Bernita. This is Bernita speaking for a group of women, diverse group of women, coming from their standpoints. This is not just Bernita. This is, and I feel like right now the conversation is pointed at Bernita when we're talking about.
It's just you and your representatives. That's what I'm saying. You and your representatives, the people that you're representing. This isn't to you personally, because you're not the only woman who has this mindset. That's why I'm glad that the other sister
try not to
came in.
aim everything towards Bernita.
No, it's not. No,
This
so
should be
let's
like a general discussion about women.
No. Okay, so
but
you got
that's how it's coming across.
No, okay, sorry. I apologize for that. This is
Okay.
it's not personal at all. It's about there is a group of women, there's a group of women who think like you. So that's what I'm talking to.
Yeah, it's a group of women that have that similar perspective. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's what I'm talking about. And I'm glad that the sister Alkamara came in because she's bringing a perspective that's probably
Yes,
is more palatable. So what the
yeah,
point is that
she
what
agreed.
she's saying and what I'm saying is actually the exact same thing.
Yeah,
Saying
that's
the
okay.
exact same
I
thing.
respect every opinion.
Okay, but Haru,
Yeah.
you said it earlier, it's results that matter.
Right,
Okay, so
right.
if we're looking at this from the perspective of results,
Yeah.
there's one result that's going to net a gain. There's one result that's going to net something different. And you know, you and I even talked about this, that we weren't even going to bring up polygamy in this conversation.
No, I wasn't even gonna bring it up.
But of course we inevitably got here, that we realized that if when you go home to your neighborhood because somebody picked with you at school, and you go get the mob, you get the mob because you're stronger, and you're more capable of dealing with the group or the guy who is representative of another group that hurt you or that did something to you, that picked on you at school. So I'm just looking at the results of the two different scenarios. If we continue to think that monogamy is our solution, then we're going to continue to see ourselves declining in numbers as compared to only because of the dynamics. There's so many men
But
who are choosing to be with other men.
what I'm saying though, Baruch, is that we're not even living in the reality because the people who are so pro monogamy, they themselves are really not monogamous. And we know that to be
Yeah.
true. They've got little side things going on.
Yeah, that's
And not
why I
only do
said,
they have side things going on, if you look at their lives within a stretch of a decade, they've slept with more different partners than I have. And I'm not monogamous. They have a boyfriend this from 1999 to 2001. They got a different boyfriend from 2002 to two. You understand what I'm saying? They have more
And that's
sex.
polygamous.
that's why I said it don't
They're
qualify.
basically serial monogamous. They go from one
Right.
relationship to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next with no stability. Then they get children throughout these relationships. So what
Right,
I'm trying to say is that it's
right,
not working.
right.
It's
That
not
and that
working.
and that's why I say they don't qualify. And so back to Dr. Baruch's point is like so if we know that this is the case, and we know that the vast majority of the people in our group, it's not working. And this conversation is just really like a sidebar conversation to the overall issue at hand. Because most people, it's like you have to, for me, I'm an anomaly. I understand I'm an anomaly in this particular conversation because most of my sisters will not agree with me. But at one point, I didn't even agree with me. But I had to grow into that understanding of things, the wider perspective of where we are and what it's going to take. But for the vast majority of us, not only women, but men too, they don't have this type of perspective. So it's like, so what do we do?
Right.
How do we get to a point where, we're fixing this cog in the wheel?
Well, I think first off, we have to agree that there is a problem, because if we don't agree that there's a problem, we're not going to fix anything. We have to agree that there's a problem. And then we have to start looking at the sources of the problem. And that's where we start seeing the indoctrination, the conditioning, the education in America has conditioned us to not accept that which is going to better us on any level. It's not going to improve. It's not going to allow our numbers to increase. It's not going to allow our communities to be stronger, our families to be stronger, individually for us to be more whole. The conditioning is not there to provide us that kind of support. And unfortunately, all of us have been conditioned. And how do we then take this conversation and rethink relationships, break the molds, and look at how we might need to consider doing things differently going forward so that we can go forward? Because at this point, we're in decline, and we're in decline on so many. We're declining in relationships, in our health, in our politics, in our economy. We're in decline on so many different levels. At what point do we just stop and say, hold on. All right, something's wrong.
Well, you're absolutely right, Baruch. What I'm saying is that, when we had the conversation about health earlier,
Yeah.
and a cancer patient and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
essentially within the conversation of American relationships within America, you've got failed serial monogamists having opinions about relationships. This is what's going on. People who are in quote unquote monogamous relationship for 2 years at a time, a year at a time, successively throughout their adult life. They might have a child that comes out of it, and then they have all these strong opinions, but they're failures.
Mm.
Like let's just call it what it is. See, I've been married for over a decade. I can talk about marriage and commitment and all this, but I can also talk the way that I'm talking because I've built myself as a man to be able to talk freely.
Mm.
My wife knows all my opinions, and whether she agrees with them, doesn't agree with them, we have these conversations, but I'm not hidden from her. She knows how I feel about things because I can talk how I talk because I've earned it. And the point of the matter is that people have to first realize that you have all these strong opinions about relationships, but you're actually a failure when it comes to relationships.
Mm.
You have all these opinions about money and finances, but you're actually a failure when it comes to money and finances. You have all these opinions about health, but you're a failure when it comes to health. At some point, people have to realize to themselves, the sisters and the brothers who have these strong opinions, maybe your opinion does not really move the needle when it comes to reality, because look at the results that it's bearing out for you. So now it doesn't bear out results because I'm an experimentalist. All my life, I've experimented with different aspects from science to whatever, and I look at what bears the results. And what I'm saying is that the approach that the modern woman has in America is not an approach that is yielding results. It's yielding single motherhood and a demographic collapse and disaster. And the men in this society are not being men because they don't understand the role of a man who's supposed to be a husband and a provider. And when they talk about what does a woman bring to the table in terms of money, he's a leech. That is not a man who wants to be a leader, who wants to take care of a woman and a family in the traditional sense. But if you women want a traditional man, you're going to have to be traditional women. You see, that's the point. All these women want traditional men, a man who earns more than them, a man who pays all of the bills. That's their preference. They'll deal with a man who they got to split bills with, but that's not their preference. That's not the man they really respect. They want a knight in shining armor who's going to invite them to come live in the castle that he built. That's what they want. And the reality is that what I'm saying is that that type of man has a psychological profile. And
Yeah.
if that's the type of man that you want, let me tell you about his psychological profile, because I am that man and I keep a circle with those men. I'm giving you game. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving you game if that's the type of man you want to be with. If you don't want to be with that type of man, now we have a different conversation. What is the psychological profile, the abilities and capabilities of a UPS driver that earns $40,000 a year, and what is available to him? What options does he have when it comes to women? It's quite different than the man who earns $40,000 a week. And this is a reality. But the women want the man who earns $40,000 a week. That's the point that I'm making. It's not your fault, women, that that's what you want. You are biologically wired that way. I get it. And listen, I'm not a man who talks about women being gold diggers. I'm saying
Right.
yeah, get that shovel. Because the reality is that if I have a daughter, I'm telling her to get the man who can give her the most security possible, economically and physically. The emotional psychology stuff that Bernita and her group of women are talking about is something that's socially constructed. So you can have a social construct that can control your emotions. And you can have a social, so I'll give you another example. Tanzania. The head of Tanzania is a woman. She's the president of the country as a woman.
She just came out publicly.
Yeah, but not only that, here's what's very interesting about her. She's the second or third wife in a polygamous relationship of 4 women.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
But
she's the second or third wife. But she's the
I'm not
president of the country.
surprised.
But she's the president of the country, and she's recently said that it is the obligation of men of means to have more than one wife.
You sure did.
And the reason why, so let's talk about the emotional of that. See, if you're living in a different country, what controls your emotions is different based on the social constructs that exist.
That is correct.
And so therefore, if you're raised in a society that gives you this Hollywood Snow White image of what love is and that love equals monogamy, what I'm telling you is that that flies in the face of historical precedent. That is
That's
not
it
the
is
reality.
history.
And people have only married for love recently. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And
Yeah,
when people have chosen to marry for love, what have been the results? 60% divorce rate, broken homes, 80% of divorces initiated by women. That's not the case in other countries. We might want to look at what's going on in other countries and how children are being raised in households with mothers and fathers, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. How have they worked it out? We want different things, Bernita and friends. I ain't mad at you for what you want, Bernita and friends. I ain't mad at you. No, that's what I'm saying. I
I don't care.
understand.
You can
I
tell me you're mad
understand.
or not. That's okay.
I'm
I
saying,
respect your opinion.
I understand why you believe what you believe and what you feel. But what I'm
Right.
saying is that if you want and prefer a certain type of man worldwide, they're all pretty much the same if they're going to be honest with you.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
they are not. And what
Respect
I'm
that.
telling you is that those men are not monogamous by nature or by activity. And what
Okay.
I'll tell you that in America, and you know this, Bernita and friends, so I'm not just talking to Bernita, I'm talking about the group. There are men who are less accomplished who still are not monogamous, even though they pretend that they are. And you know that. So imagine now a man who's actually been accomplished and understand what life is for an accomplished man. He's not only the provider for his family, or even in African context, his direct family, he's a provider for the whole village. You know, when my father was alive, he's the eldest brother of his family. He became a doctor. When he became a doctor, he became the provider for all of his 19 brothers and sisters. He became like their father figure. He became the big man on the block. He had a hell of a responsibility. And so if a man decides that he's going to take that responsibility, guess what comes along with responsibility? Authority. Responsibility and authority go hand in hand. That's why the district manager of a store does not have as much authority as the regional manager of a store, right? Because there's less responsibility. So if this man now is going to take you and he's going to have the responsibility for your complete economic well-being, meaning that you don't have to work, you've got the soft life that you want, you never, ever, ever have to think about filling out a resume. You never, ever, ever have to think about reporting to work and listening to crap from a supervisor. He has taken you into a life because he's a man of means. And he's just asked you for a couple things. He's asked you to give him the same type of respect and compliance that Jose gets, who works at Home Depot without a green card. And what he's saying is, yes, I do like variety as a man. I'm not going to disrespect you with it. I'm just telling you how men are wired and what makes men happy. He's not going to rub it in your face. He's not going to do that. But I'm going to guarantee you this, that if you get that man, your life would be much better than if you go ahead and go with the modality that the modern woman in America is doing now, which is basically dating a different man every 2 to 3 years and getting a child every now and then, and your children growing up out of wedlock. There's certain women who have figured this out, that C equals the speed of light is a constant that doesn't change. And if you want this type of a man particularly, you're going to have to make certain concessions. And to tell you the truth, here's the crazy thing about it. In time, in the history of women, the biggest concern of women was finding a man who could actually take care of them physically and economically. It's this luxurious position that women find themselves in where they're worried about whether a man is monogamous or not. Like, it's actually really funny if you talk to like the history of women. You mean you got a man who's going to basically rescue you from economic peril and have you living in a way that your children never have to worry about anything? And then sometimes he even accepts the children from another man and becomes their stepfather and gives them a whole new life, changes your whole life, takes you out of economic slavery. And you want to complain because he wants to get a little roti on the side? And that's why you want to leave? Okay, do it your way. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that your way ain't working. And I'm not talking to Benita. I'm talking to Benita and friends.
Well, Haroon,
Yeah.
I think your points are definitely well taken, and I think there's an audience of people that uh are at that brick wall where they're hitting and they're saying, "Well, we can't figure out how this thing is going to work because of these varying dynamics." And you bring a perspective that absolutely was necessary in this conversation, both you and Brother D and Sister Bernita, you know, and Al Kumar, Sister Al Kumar. It's very important that we have these conversations. And I do apologize because I know you told me you had a hard stop and you've been
It's,
on with us for a minute now. So
yeah.
what we're gonna do ain't gonna get done probably at this
No,
point.
yeah. It ain't. It's
But
done. I was supposed to go to the post office. It's done.
but
It's
but
all
I'm
good though.
thankful.
But Bitcoin gone up though. I'm 4,000 pips in, so it's good.
There you go. There you go.
Talking with Bernita must be good luck.
There it is. But and I know again, I know all of us have a desire for us as a people to get better, to get this thing figured.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
A key part of this is something that I think is that we didn't talk about and we won't talk about today, but maybe in a subsequent conversation, is my question just a moment ago. What are all of the things that are being done to prevent us from having successful relationships? Because it's everywhere. Whether you talk about Hollywood or the evening news or the mass incarceration or the unemploying, the mass unemployment in our community, it's all of these things, and education and religion and so on, is all geared towards why they have abortion clinics in our neighborhood and fertility clinics in other people's neighborhoods. Why, the list goes on of all these different variables that are play a part in our destruction and demise because somebody wants us deleted. And we've been slow cooked to this point. So some of us have developed positions of comfort where we feel like, no, we're all right. Everything is good. No. When you compare us today to when I grew up in Southeast Washington, D.C., and there was a mother and father in every single household.
Right.
And then all of a sudden in the 70s, late 70s, all of them were gone.
Right.
Something was done.
Right.
And,
And what I'm
and
saying, exactly. And it had nothing to do with monogamy or polygamy.
right.
It
It
has
did
to do
not.
with it has to do with a sense of duty and
Yep.
and mating choices. That's what it has to do with. It has nothing to do. See, even the polygamy and monogamy conversation is a red herring conversation. I'll have it, but it's a red herring conversation. At the end of the day, men have to be trained to be husbands and fathers who provide. Period. If a man cannot do that, he actually should not be gifted with a woman.
Right.
That's the reality. To be able to have a woman who respects you, wants to be in agreement with you, is a privilege. It's not a right. Men have to earn that. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? This is a real
Uh-huh.
tough conversation for a lot of men. And men really shouldn't be in any serious relationships with any woman or really even having sex right now until they're able to take care of a family. To be completely real. I wouldn't advise any man to have any sexual relationships until he gets his financial wherewithal together because it's going to be a disaster if you don't. And you're not going to be respected if you don't. So that's where I come out on it. But
Yeah.
the problem is this is that the women that I talk to, that I'm in circles with, they all call me and they all are saying the same thing. And they all have failed in their relationships. They have failed and they are lonely and they are sad and they are wanting to be with the man but can't figure out what it is. And when I talked to them about it, they all had the opportunity to be with a good man, you know. And when you start asking them about it, a lot of times they left him because he wasn't exciting enough. Some cases, he was a great provider, great father, but he had a woman on the side. So they left him for that. And when you talk to those women later, they're dating men who don't want to marry them, who also got women on the side. So it's like, damn, I would have been better just sticking with my husband and keeping my family together. This is where a lot of those women are at.
Less of the two evils.
And I
Some,
tell them,
some women may consider that as lesser of two evils.
yeah,
There is, yeah.
they might, but there is no utopia. That's the point. And if you want to wait till utopia, you'll be 80 and die alone.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just
No,
saying
but
that that's the reality of what's the type
yes,
of women that exist, today.
yes, but this is what I'm saying is that duty overrides happiness. If you ask most men who are married, who are good fathers, whatever, if they're happy,
Mhm.
happy is not even something they think about. What they think about
Mhm.
is, are their children okay? Because for a man, a real man, he knows that, and especially in America, he has two jobs, one to his son and one to his daughter. And you know what those jobs are? One, to keep your son out of jail. Two, to keep your daughter off a stripper pole and off of OnlyFans. That, that's your job as a man. And anything that gets in the way of it is unacceptable. That's why that man wants to be there. That's why men usually do not divorce women. Even if the women cheat, even if the women make them unhappy, men don't divorce. Men don't file for divorce largely. Women file for divorce. So men are not necessarily quote unquote happy, but it is less acceptable for a man to leave a marriage because he's unhappy. Actually, like I said, a circle of men together, and one guy says he's getting divorced, and you ask him why, he says, because I'm unhappy. The other men would laugh at him. It's not normal or acceptable or even seen manly to leave your marriage because you're unhappy. Most men are unhappy. This is the point that I'm making, but we don't leave. We even stay with women who don't cook for us because we believe that us being there is better than you going through a carousel of different penises, having potential stepdads in our children's lives. So that's why we make the decision that we make, that our happiness is inconsequential based on the fact that we would prefer that our children be raised with us in a household instead of a broken house, because we know that our job is to keep our son out of jail and our daughter off of a stripper pole. And nothing is more important than that. We don't care if we have to eat shit. We don't care if we got to sleep next to you and we don't even like you. We'll tolerate that because there's a greater good in that. And that's the point that I'm making. And if you all are always focused on your happiness, keep chasing that happiness. Keep chasing it. Let's see what the results are. Everyone wants to be happy. That's why everyone's on damn drugs, so that they can feel synthetic happiness, because it's all about happiness. Happiness. That's what a rugged individualism society does for you. Ask your grandma if she was happy. Ask granddad if he was happy. It didn't even cross their mind because there's a sense of duty. Ask the fireman if he's happy that he got to go in and put out the fire. No, because he has a duty. Happiness is not even something to be considered. When you're married and you have children, your happiness is out of the window. And this is the point that I'm trying to make. And everybody else around the world with growing populations understands this, except for people in populations that are actually dying. That's European society and American society. The populations are dying. The trajectory is a negative trajectory. Women are having less children. They're being raised in single parent homes. The children are more and more dysfunctional year after year because everyone is chasing happiness instead of duty. The point is that whatever you do, if you're my wife, Bernita, whatever you do, I'm going to stick it out with you for the sake of the children, because I love what's going to happen to my children in terms of me being there, than more than I dislike you. I will always love my children and my legacy more than I dislike you. So I will stay in the relationship with you no matter how bad it is, because I know there's a greater good here. And that's the point. And guess what? I could die 80 years old and I could say I was unhappy married to Bernita, but guess what? My children grew up in a stable household. My happiness is behind me. And actually, the most remembered parents were the unhappiest parents. They're the parents who did what they had to do for their children and worked 3 jobs so that the child could go to private school. It ain't about your happiness when you got children. If you got children with somebody, you are tied to that person for the rest of your life. And if we started to look at this that way and have a sense of duty towards each other instead of talking about love and happiness, this ain't an Al Green song.
I'm not saying it is.
And I'm not saying that you are saying it is.
Right,
I'm
but the
not
way
saying that
you're,
you are
yeah,
saying it
the way
is,
you're
but I'm saying that
speaking
this is
is
a perspective.
as
No,
if
but this is
you have
your
a whole
perspective.
definition of my perspective, and I'm just giving certain parts, but not everything. But go ahead.
No, but give me everything because I can only go on what you said, and you've talked about happiness a lot, and you talked about love
Well,
a lot.
excuse me,
But
y'all. In order for me to maintain my happiness with my lady, I got to go because I got to do something for my baby, the woman I love. So I will be on the next conversation, hopefully, but I got to go because my baby waiting.
Yeah, man.
Peace.
Yeah, man.
All right, brother D. Thank you very
Yeah,
much for
man.
joining us.
have a
We
good
greatly appreciate you. And Haru, I think it's probably a good time for us, to again plan for part 2.
yeah.
I have a
Because
question for Benita though.
Yes, sir.
is this Bernito or Benita and Friends?
Well, she represents the Friends, so she's the mouthpiece right now. She's their elected representative. Um, have you had conversations like these types of honest conversations with men before?
Yeah, I have brothers. Everything you see, that's the thing. There's a history in just my world, a world that I have that you're not privy to. But yes, I have
So
brothers.
this is a new
And I
conversation.
actually was raised around more guys, just because I'm the only girl, I'm in between the
Okay,
two.
got it.
Yeah,
So
and
this isn't new for
I've
you.
had these conversations with my
Okay,
brother.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what
and
I
my
want.
yeah.
Yeah, not that you agree with it. I just want to know if you had these honest conversations because I think that
Yeah.
it's
I've even
great that
had
you.
with Doc as well. I've definitely heard this conversation before. I know that when we're talking reality, though, and I get it that a lot of these thought or these mindsets have to do with where we are or where anyone is in the world. But we can't dismiss, of course, that people have similar mindsets as what I just shared with you from my perspective. That's it. It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I feel you. I
Yeah.
mean, I just think that it was very interesting that a lot of the conversation was focused on monogamy when really it should be really focused on capacity building. Like,
And
what?
that's where I was trying to go when I talked about relationships and the individual and just friendship, platonic relationship dynamic
Yeah,
between genders, how important it is for us to have self-awareness of where we are, where we may have been traumatized, what influences we may have been conditioned under, and how to unite and even hear, like we're hearing each other, even hear each other, like each other enough, or feel relatable to each other enough to hear each other's perspectives. I think that's really where you start, like that's the foundation, and then build up into the end goal as well as what can create that end goal as far as marriage or polygamy or monogamy or what have you.
mhm,
I really think that we kind of touch the top and not the kind of like the roots of the issue. And I think the root starts with the individual and what their experiences are and how to really empower each other.
got it.
It's safe enough to have these type of conversations with one another.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I will say this, your perspective is very receptive by me, even if I don't agree or if I do agree. But I do know that I don't know if like all other women that have brought up the perspective that I brought or stand with the perspective that I shared with you would be receptive to you. And it has a lot to do with how the inflection, the energy behind it. I can see past that, yet some people may not. So I think even in discussions with these hard conversations, it's important to be cognizant of how we're coming across to the person, how we're directing the information, who we're directing the information
Yeah,
to, so that everybody feels safe and comfortable to share. You know what I mean? And come
yeah,
back to continue the discussion because it can be off-putting.
Yeah, and that's why it takes someone like me to have these types of conversations because I understand that it can be off-putting and I understand that it can be very emotional, but
Not the
I
information though, just the delivery sometimes. And that's just me.
yeah,
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 my
yeah.
honest
Yeah, and I
reflect.
appreciate
And again, I'm okay with it. I have hard conversations with people. Doc knows me and him have had hard conversations before. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying I don't know if everybody else is. And in order for
no, no,
us
no.
to, improve this relational dynamic between Black men and women, and
Right.
for the sake of a stronger family unit, we got to be cognizant of that. It's the small things that can,
Yeah,
cause a disconnect.
yeah, and I agree. And when it comes to that particular topic, I actually prefer that women talk about it because I saw that when Alkamar came in, like you were more receptive to what she was saying. Like it's even your like in your body language,
I
I could
mean,
tell.
no, I heard her. I'm receptive to you all. I didn't agree with everything, but I'm super receptive and I respect everybody's input for sure, and
Yeah.
everybody
Well, you were
because
talking about
we're all
delivery
brothers and
though.
sisters.
You're talking about
Which,
delivery. So when you talk about delivery, it's about palatability. So I think that those conversations are more palatable to women who have that worldview that you have when it comes from other women. So like I typically like when me and Baruch were talking about this, I didn't want to talk about that. Like because I know that there's a lot of context that needs to be laid to even have that conversation.
yeah,
But when we
yeah,
start talking about the type of men that most women want, I have to, I can't talk from a utopia point of view. I have to talk from the reality of it. And so if women want that type of guy, this is what comes along with. It's just like if you decide that you want to marry a trauma surgeon, right? 'Cause my
hmm,
father was a trauma surgeon. Please understand that if you want to marry a trauma surgeon, your husband's not going to be there a lot of the time.
yeah,
He's going to not be home. So if you're a woman who requires your husband to be home a lot and take vacations with you and be attentive to you all the time, and you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You need to understand that if you're going to get with a trauma surgeon, you're going to spend a lot of time alone as a wife. You
Right, but
understand
that
what I'm saying?
wasn't who brought up that part of like how did we shift our focus to what a woman wants? Because I thought that I don't believe I brought that up. I think when you were going over the statistics, that was highlighted and kind of stuck there
Well, we
instead of
talked
talking
about
about relationships and
yeah.
how, yeah, it's important to figure out why we're having such a disconnect in issues within the Black family unit.
Yeah, I think we were talking about population statistics.
Yeah,
We were talking about divorces. We were talking about like the reason for these divorces. And really what I found, so I used to do divorces as a lawyer when I was a lawyer. I did a few divorces. I didn't do a lot. And across the board, the main reason for divorcing, the, remember 80% of women bring up the divorces. And the main reason was not even women, other women, it was usually money. It was really over money. The guy didn't make enough money, so the woman didn't want to be with him anymore. And she thought that she could actually do better. That's usually what it was, that like he wasn't good with money, she made more money than him. It became a problem. That's what a lot of these divorces were. And so it became clear to me that there's a certain profile that women desire and prefer. And I think it started when we started talking about preferability. Remember when I asked you, what do these women prefer? A man who makes more money than them or a man who makes less money than them? That's how it started. And
yeah.
when you said that they would prefer, they'll work with a man who doesn't, but and you said there was a phenomenon of women like going after like men who went to trade school and dating those types of men and doing something different. And I
Yeah.
asked you, well, what is their preference? What is their real preference?
Right. No, I'm
So,
aware of how it went. I mean, but it came from your end in your direction of the conversation. So I kind of flow with that, although in my opinion, to begin with, I thought we were really talking about how, well, I feel like we should have focused more so on relationships, like why there is a disconnect. I mean, I know that has something to do with it, but I think that's kind of further down the line than addressing
well,
again. And maybe the direction I wanted to go was from the person, to get that platonic dynamic, to the relational dynamic, to the marriage, as well as the overall goal that each individual has together or individuals have together.
And
Yeah.
Haroon,
Yeah.
I think that again guides us right down to where we wanted to get to, which is we really need to talk about how we've been attacked. Because I think some people don't think they're under attack. Some people think that everything is good. Some people think that, we have the power and control, and we and all of the capacity that we have, has been granted to us to achieve relationship success and family success and future and manifesting this vision that we should have for ourselves. I think we think it's all there, and I think that's a part of this conversation that we are going to have where we talk about the fact that somebody came into our community and decided to derail our relationships. Yes, we had something to do with it, but somebody else came in. And why would they do that? And then what would our natural military response be to somebody who's attacking us? Is
Yeah.
it to be compliant, or is it to be combative?
Right. So
And
here's the problem with that though.
Mhm.
That only works for people who have a group identity. The
Okay.
problem is that most Black people in America do not have a group identity. They have an individualistic identity based on rugged
Sure.
individualism. That's why it's so hard for us to galvanize to do things as a group, or our group interest based on our group history. So what
Yeah.
you're saying appeals to people who are interested in the overall well-being of our group.
Right.
Most of the people we're talking to are interested in their own personal happiness. So it
Right.
doesn't really matter about the group. It doesn't matter if they date Chinese people, white people. It doesn't matter because they have no group goal, right? It's just their
Mhm.
individual goal. That's why it doesn't matter if they're lesbian or homosexual, or whatever. There's no group goals about what's personally good for them. So that's a whole different conversation. But the problem is most of our people that's where they're at in America.
Right. Right.
Group politics, group survival matters very little to Black people in America by our
Yes.
behavior. Forget
Right.
relationships. Let's talk about economic behavior.
Hmm.
We don't care. Generally, I mean, we show it. We'll
Right.
patronize a Chinese restaurant
I'm a
before.
business owner, brother. I
Yeah,
see
you
it every.
know it. You see
I
it.
have to fight for my customers.
Yeah,
Yep.
you see it.
Mhm.
And they'll ask you for free stuff more than they'll ask a white person for free
That's
stuff.
right.
You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that you're talking to a people who are rugged individualists, and so you have to talk to them from an individual appeal. And that's why I say, what are your results? Your own personal results. Are they results that you're happy with? To me, that appeals to them better because they can look back at their life and understand that they've been failures in relationships. They've been failures in their intimate relationships. They don't have any long-lasting intimate relationships. They don't have long-lasting intimate relationships with the people they have children with. You have children
Mm.
with somebody, you don't even talk to that person anymore. How is that successful? That's a complete failure. That's a complete breakdown. So what I'm saying is that when we appeal to them and start saying, well, white people did this to us, they tried to keep us away and make sure that Black men and Black women, most of the Black people in America don't care about that because they don't have a group identity or a group purpose.
Mm.
So you got to speak to them on an individual basis. And the only way you get through to their thick skulls is ask them what are the results that they personally have and are they happy with it? And most of them are not happy with the results that they got, man. They're not.
Mm.
They're lonely, they're bitter, they're on antipsychotic medication. You understand what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
they know that their approach ain't working. So let's look at your approach and maybe want to try something different. I think that that's the only way that you can talk to them and start to compare how other people are living and the results that they're getting. And you might want to just try something different.
That's it. And I think when we talk about that, as a subject matter, we'll definitely, as we've rethought relationships, trying something different is something that we should definitely be pursuing after. So I'm on board, brother. I appreciate the time. I know we went over, and I
Yeah.
appreciate you staying on with us because I think this is going to make the difference in many, many people's lives to hear the perspective. And yes, I know sometimes when you're being told that the truth that you thought was the truth is actually not the truth, it's kind of sometimes hard to receive. So I respect that, and I know I feel that at times myself. So but still we got to get it. And and you who have demonstrated and have done the research and can speak to the solutions to many of these challenges that we have. you're obligated to tell us, and we appreciate you being duty bound to your obligation. But it's always an honor to have you come on, whether we're speaking about health or money or relationships. It's always an honor to have you on to speak and bring a perspective that many people not only don't initially embrace, but don't even consider. There's so many people that will hear this and will be like, well, I didn't even know that thought even existed, or that idea or that way of doing things, or I didn't know that was our reality. I didn't realize that our reality was what was being painted back to us. And so we appreciate you for coming on and sharing that information with us. I would just, if you had some closing remarks, I wish Brother Adi was still here, but he's not. Some closing remarks as we move to bring this part one to an end. What would they be, brother?
I would say in all things in life, when it comes to relationships, economics, health, it has to be results based. And so you go where you find the best results and you basically replicate and improve upon those results. You do not try to double down on failed results. And what's happening in American society when it comes to relationships, particularly between Black men and Black women, people are stuck in their ways and they want to keep doubling down on their opinions and how they feel about things. But it may be the way you feel about things that's actually getting you these terrible results from the men and the women. So you might want to just recalibrate and just slow down and start looking who's getting the desired results that you would love to see for your own life. What did they do? And what is their approach? And what do they have to say about it? So if your goal is marriage, you might want to get advice from married people, right? If your goal is having children raised healthy in a two-parent household, you might want to get advice from people who have children in a two-parent household and how they pulled it off and how they did it. Like, we should all be looking to reverse engineer success. And that's the whole point. That's what I did with my life. When it came to money, I looked at who had money and how did they get money. I didn't always have money, but I started seeing how people got money, and it became clear to me that the people with the most money on earth were entrepreneurs and business people. So if I wanted to make money, I need to study the science of entrepreneurship. And then, I started working my way backwards. And that's how I got the success, by following successful people. So if you want a hint about relationships, you're going to have to start doing investigation on successful societies that have successful marriage rates and successful, children growing up in two-parent household rates. And what have they done? What is their secret? And reverse engineer that. And if you can't do that from an anthropological point of view, try to find individual people who've had successful marriages and relationships. And if they're being honest with you, they're going to tell you something completely different, because right now, when it comes to relationships, even finances and health, in large extent, you've got the blind leading the blind. You've got sick doctors trying to heal sick people. You've got broke people trying to enrich broke people. You've got basically single people or failed serial monogamists trying to advise other people who are in failed relationships. So to me, it's like the common sense should be that, look, we should approach everything, and it actually could be solved very quickly with this methodology, Baruch, right? If you are a country that has a poor electricity profile in terms of keeping on electricity for the people, you might want to study another country that actually has a good electricity profile. And what are they doing? Well, what are people in successful relationships doing? What are the women doing? What compromises are the women making? Because even Bernita will agree with me on this. A relationship between any two people. It's not like I'm not like I'm picking on her. I'm not picking.
You gotta ask me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm actually, I'm about to compliment you.
Bernita,
I'm about to compliment you.
I'm
No,
not a
because,
piece of
no,
compliment.
because,
I'm just saying what I'm
no,
saying.
I'm about to compliment you. I'm actually about
It's
to.
a way of delivery.
No,
Bernita, I bet you'd agree, or maybe you'd agree with me on this. Not Bernita would agree with me because I'm a woman.
No, I didn't even say that. I didn't.
The way
No.
you, yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, so you might not like my bedside manner, but that's fine.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, you might not like my
I
bedside
like
manner.
you, but yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, but a lot of sick people don't like my bedside manner either. When
So
it comes
you
to
referring, you
cancer.
calling me sick? Is that
No,
what
what
you're
I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is that people who need
okay?
to solve a problem might not like what the solution might be because it might rub them the wrong way. But your responsibility is not about being rubbed the wrong way, is to analyze if what the person is saying is actually factual,
I
right? Because
am.
I'm not a politician. I'm not looking for votes. So I'm not looking to rub someone the wrong way or the right way. The point is that I'm saying 1 + 1 = 2. Maybe I'm saying too strong. The number two might be too strong, but 1 + 1 does equal 2, whether I say it calmly, if I say it
No,
in a
you're just suggesting I was going to agree to something that I didn't even know what you were going to say. And it's
no,
drawn
I,
a
I
conclusion
said
about me that I have not yet agreed to. But that's what I meant. That
no,
had
I
nothing to
said
do with what you were saying
no, no, I
or the
said
truth of the matter, the
even you
information.
might. I said even you might agree. That's what I said. You might agree. So it's
I
conditional.
didn't hear
I
might, but
didn't
okay.
I didn't say that you like are definitely going.
And I apologize if I didn't hear might. I didn't hear might though, but go ahead.
I think that you couldn't hear might
Why?
because you're already like defensive.
No,
And
I'm
it's not
defensive. I didn't hear it. I literally didn't hear the
okay.
might. And
All right.
so
All
I
right.
could hear it if I heard it, but I just didn't. And it
Okay.
has nothing to do with defense.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this is that when we look at results, results would be the best driver for an approach, whether you want to take an approach or not. So if you see a situation where people are making decisions and yielding bad results, you would not go that route in all aspects of life. Forget relationships. In all aspects of life, everything should be based on results. So therefore, if a human being has bad results in an area of life, it would behoove them to go seek people who have had better results. And what we find out is that this factor of being comfortable in any relationship, what we find between mother, daughter, father, son, brother, sister, and here's why I said you might agree with me on this, is that in any relationship between two human beings, there is a negotiation that takes place. No one is going to be 100% happy or 100% getting their way with another person 100% of the time. That's what a relationship is about. It is about give and take. So I'm not going to get what I want all of the time. The other person's not going to get what they want all of the time, whether it's a brother and brother relationship, husband wife relationship, whatever relationships that exist, there's always give and take. That's what I was saying that I thought that you might agree with me on in terms of human relationships, that between two people, there's always some type of compromise that takes place and then an agreement to move forward. So therefore, you can even have a way that you have an agreement to amicably resolve disputes, right? Because in any person's lifetime, and I think Bernita might agree with me on this. Remember, I said I think, um, you're not going to agree with someone 100% of the time in your lifetime relationship with someone. But because of the fact that we would say that you're valuable to me and I'm valuable to you, and that you're necessary and I'm necessary for us to actually accomplish a greater good, whether it be raising children in a stable household or raising children in a stable household so we can have a stable community or a stable people or a stable nation, however we want to frame it, as long as it is something that is greater than us. Even religious people would say, you know, God first or whatever, something greater than themselves. It actually creates better performance amongst human beings. But if it's just about me and my happiness and my agreeing, and if I'm not happy and I don't agree, all bets off. Children can be raised in different households, and the main thing that we actually are supposed to be doing, which is bringing forth new generations that are healthy, because that is actually the biological imperative, is to actually create and multiply and actually parent over children until they're into reproductive age. That's how all living organisms behave. That's our duty, that's our job. And if we saw that in ourselves, we wouldn't be so quick to abandon each other because of a disagreement or because someone did something that we didn't like. And that's the whole point. That if you're going to be in a relationship, me and Baruch are going to have a brotherly relationship. We ain't going to agree all the time. But what we're going to realize is that our agreement or disagreement pales in comparison to what we need to do together. And until we both, me and Baruch, understand that, we won't value each other. It'll be egotism. And it'll be ego-driven relationship. I'm right, Baruch, you're wrong. Baruch, you're right, I'm wrong. It becomes that type of thing. But it becomes irrelevant in the big picture if me and Baruch have a bigger goal than ourselves. And particularly if it's a goal that exceeds our lifetimes. That's what it's about. What are we doing now for the next 100, 200 years? The most noble man is a man who plants a tree from which he will never enjoy sitting under the shade of. That's the point that I'm making.
All right, all right. Well, again, your time with us has been greatly appreciated, Brother Haru. Your wisdom is definitely beyond this time, and we recognize the need to again come together and continue this conversation. I'm thankful for Sister Bernita and Brother Adib and Sister Al Kumar and yourself, Brother Arud, to come on board with us and to express something. Nobody got paid for this. You know, we came to express what we believed was, you know, important. And I heard it, and I'm thankful. I think, you know, all of us have gained a broader perspective as a result of this conversation, you know, and that's what happens when we come together, especially when we're coming together to work towards, you know, a collective benefit, collective, you know, gain in our community. So again, I'm thankful to you, brother, and all of you all who have participated. I'm thankful that the Creator would put on my mind the idea that this was a good thing to do. And I look forward to part 2 and maybe 3, 4, and 5 as we work towards creating a solution. It's not going to be easy. I wasn't looking for easy. You know, this isn't going to be easy. We're not always going to be, you know, starting or ending or in the middle of a conversation that we're happy about. But, you know, the fact that we're on board and we see the value in doing what we can to make a difference in those that come after us, because everything is going to come after us at this point, right? That we see the value in things getting better going forward is critical. So again, thank you very much, Brother Aru.
No problem, man. No problem. And I just want to, my very, very last thing is I just want to thank Bernita for having this conversation. And just to let her know, I didn't even know that was Bernita at the beginning.
What's that?
I didn't know that was her at the beginning.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and I just wanted to tell you that I'd seen you in action before when I've came and spoken. And I just want to tell you that you're a very valuable person and you're a very dynamic woman. And that it was a pleasure having this conversation with you. And anything that I said that might have rubbed you the wrong way was not intentional to rub you the wrong way. And I don't want you to think that I haven't seen you in action and know that you're actually a very dynamic person. I didn't even know that was you. I didn't know it was the same person until later. That it was the same Benita that came to Baltimore and helped set up and all that. So I just want to say I appreciate you. And I just want you to know that. And I didn't want you to leave this thinking that I didn't appreciate you. And I just wanted to just say that.
Thank you. And I appreciate you as well. I really do.
Bernita, would you like to say anything before we close out?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone that has listened in on this discussion. I know that there's various viewpoints thrown around and perspectives and information. I just want to thank everyone for sharing in the chat. I can't wait to read. My goal is to be enlightened. I hope that your goal is to continue to grow in this discussion, have them at home with your friends, your peers. This just needs to be held within our community on a micro and macro level. So I hope we started something great for you. And I'm thankful for Haru, your world of wisdom that you have, that you've always had, as well as you, Dr. Baruch, for initiating something that's so important. I'm enlightened. I'm a better person from it. And I appreciate y'all.
Great, great, great. All right, family. This has been yet another production of E-Life Media Studios. And again, we're thankful for you to listen this long. And please comment, subscribe, share, like, promote even. You know, let's start these conversations because these are the conversations that are going to lead to the right results. All right, family. Again, we're E-Life Restaurant located at 9033 Central Avenue in Capitol Heights, Maryland. That's where our studios are. And we always have really empowering and uplifting and insightful conversation here, whether we're doing it in front of a camera or not. And please don't be a stranger. Come on through. Check us out if you're in the DMV. Otherwise, you can always find us on the internet doing things that, again, are always geared towards making things better for us. For now, family, peace, love. I'll see you next time. Thank you all.
What's up?
Let's stay together. Danny. Danny. It's over.